Welcome, everybody, to the show.
Hello, everyone. Hey there, Kobolds and Axe. Hey there, Real Zamir. Hope you're all doing good. Let's share Siribo's joke of the day. Why did Sweden start painting barcodes on the sides of their battleships? So they could Scandinavian. That's dumb. That doesn't work. It's more like, why did they start putting barcodes on their birds so they can an avian? You know? Yeah, whoever wrote that messed up. Dumb. So, let's Satisfactory. Yeah. So last time we got the nuke setup working all the way to the magical land of plutonium. Making the plutonium waste and to turn that into Ficsonium. Okay, well that's a problem that needs fixing now, doesn't it? So we need dark matter stuff, crystals, all the crazy stuff. We'll do it. There we go. There's the correct one. Finally, mix. Remember, kids, take your meds. All the way in. And the button is this one. Continue. Hey, no worries. Go on. Boop. All right. Instant music blasting. That'll wake you up. I have to do the whole. Gotta time it. That's the good stuff. So, a lot of nuclear power, all happening, and everything will be running perfectly. We need some shards, though. Yeah, you're working at full speed. Got no fuel. Ah, right, of course. You got 8 rods. Oh well, won't take too long. Oh, it is actually, and does that fuel is burning through it. Alright, cool. Excellent. Capacity is almost at 80k. 80 gigawatts. Which is good. There we go. So you put that in there. Now that looks slightly more supported. So no son of Hanu, but how is Hanu? True. And welcome back, couple tanks. Well, Hanu is actually doing pretty okay this morning, so that's nice. Thank you for asking. Pleasant enough start for the day. And for the day's project, I think also I have a good feeling because we have a sort of clear goal. Other than that, you know, good old classic. The horrors of existence persist. So do I. That fixes that one. Yep. Alright. Good morning, Zodiacs. Hoppas ha det bra. Hope you're doing good. Then I think we could have a look-see at maybe taking out this one. These are sort of below this, so they make sense to be a continuation of each other. Unless, of course, no, it's better to leave it that way. And these are slightly different from each other, so we can do this, I think. So then the roof here looks, you know, if only a little bit more actually supported. Those two can clip into each other, it's fine. Actually, yeah, those coming in at a corner sort of makes sense. It works. Why not done that with other slopes? Because I'm a fool, that's why. Yeah. But here we are, getting all together. from there. And this one doesn't need to be this wide, but we're gonna go with it anyway, because we can put then these here. So that we have the sort of look of structural support being attached to these. Or we do the upward facing ones, which I think, yeah, but then we can do these. Because it still looks like support coming for that thing. And I feel like we can probably get away with this as well. Yeah, because then, you know, look at all that. Oh, everything looks like it's, you know, again, appropriately supported in a way that kind of makes sense. Putting in the finishing touches on my new food power plant. Hey, nice one. I'm doing like similar touches here now. Hey there, Bob Games. Hope you're doing well. Always lovely to see you around, friendo. Chin chin before the coffee gets cold. I really like these frame pieces. Okay, there's no point in the ceiling here actually coming this far, so we could get rid of those, and that way, let's see, you are connected there. See, we can't do a frame wall here. Oh, wait. Yes, we can. Because the frame walls, thanks to their nature, don't clip in quite an equally offensive way as, say, you know, a solid wall. So that's looking better than expected already. To the point. I felt like this is, you know, almost a little offensive. So what if we do that? And then on top of those, we put these. Running smoother now? Well, mostly. We still can't make the Ficsonium. But the plutonium was now being slowly but surely being produced. And yes, I should be worrying about that more, but turns out we're entering the age of beautification right now. So that would make more sense, because then that thing doesn't like end in the middle. These actually do need a help. Because the other ones on the other side we have. I'm gonna leave that one there, so that it'll annoy me in the future, and I'll deal with it properly, rather than just come up with some half-assed answer right now. Might die, but by God, will die beautiful. 100%. I mean, then again, no one survives life. We all die in the end, so you might as well die beautiful. Okay, with this one here, how would you work together with one of these? Ah, clips in poorly, but we still clips in poorly. Yeah, that would fix a grand total of nothing. That would also achieve nothing, but that's okay. Because we have the supports here, so the logic remains. You're hanging from this, the logic remains. Ah, that'll clip into these. Oh, we could fix that. Ooh. I hadn't noticed that one. They're off by meter. Very annoying. Very annoying indeed. Well, that's okay. That just means this one's gonna go and we're gonna replace it with, you guess it, motherfucking beans. Beams, but you know, I guess we could call them beans. These beans. These beans were made for farting. And that's just what they'll do. Well, these beams are gonna fart over you. Well, I find it mostly acceptable. Which is, I guess, the best we can sort of hope for. A very interesting, like, attachment point. When you look at it from this way, it does make sense, though. Okay, that carbon steel finish also that makes them look even just wonderful with these things. Can I paint the frames themselves? No. But the beams, oh, the beams. That looks like a lot better. Like a lot. Heck yeah. But okay, none of that was important. None of that was something that we were supposed to be doing. So we click-clack on the sort button. We put the mercurial Mercer spheres away. And we guess we'll have to just fly on up and have another looky here. Yeah, thank you, Stockholm. Good morning to you. Go here where we slightly... Okay, let's fix these. I was thinking they could be... So one of them is double thick. We can fix that by removing those. I have some ideas on what to do with the catwalks. Looks a lot neater already, and if we remove that one line from there, they're going to have, instead of having catwalks, yeah, these will be just slightly further away, but you know, it's ultimately fine. Heck, okay, now we gotta do it now, otherwise I probably won't. You know that if you place a foundation 1 meter below the water surface, it becomes a little easier to place water extractors. Actually, funnily enough, I did know the trick, but I completely forgotten about it. So it's like I technically knew, but I wasn't fully aware until you just mentioned it. And I'm like, oh. Because I remember that I kept on like having these, that's when I've been building these, having this idea, like, I remember vaguely that there was some trick to them. There's some trick to how you got these to click where you wanted to. So what I've been doing, it, yeah, as you might have noticed, is I just place the pipe and then I put the like joint pieces where I want them to be, and then based on those, we can get the extractor to line up with the extraction points. And you get one of them where you want it, and then the others are in line with that one. But I gotta try to remember that fountain thing. I mean, the foundation thing. I'm really happy that the nuke reactors and the catwalks fit together. So get these catwalks come out here, and oh, see, oh yeah, we brought the catwalk in from there as well, and they should all be hopefully following the grid. So if any luck, we'll get them to meet up. And then we'll have those catwalks and can continue around in the rest of the base and all that. But we'll do that after we have all of this actually working. Because let's have a look-see here again. What do we need for our sweet Ficsonium? How do we get our fix? So the dark matter residue was a byproduct of many things and relatively easy to make, which means we need the singularity banana thingies, and to make those we need the spinny boys that are hidden behind spatial energy regulation. Thirsty. Hey there, filter selects. I did that before, but I found it difficult to get every row the same. Yeah, because you can always get the starting. It's getting the first one exactly the way you need it is the tricky part. Then all the other ones from that will be you can then like use control to like snap onto the previous one. But I gotta remember that trick. That's a good trick there, Zoriex. Hope you're doing well, filter select. Thirsty? Yes, I am. Oh yeah, these are just potential new train station. We'll leave them there for now, because on the blueprint we can find the hypertubic station, the station of our fixation. Nice. See here. No, it's fine, don't worry about it. So if we just do this, and then we do not that, we do number... No, let's do this. And we got our hypertube connections, got our train connections. Then after that, well, then we gotta go even more nuts, and then we start working on our hacking teleportation networks. And let's do it that way for now. And now we can put down the hypertube station. Yeah, it's on the middle. Safety ratings set up. Power is connected. Hypertube 3-way. Curve. Connect. It's 1, 2, 3, and it is blueprint empty go. Blueprint empty go here. Oh, sure. Hello there, Jamie, on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. I bring through the tubes. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, might as well go to Factory North. Now that'll be to the left. Wonderful. Hello there, Black Man on the Twitch side as well. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Oh, sorry, it was Jamie and then Black Man. Sorry, different people. Oh, embarrassing. Hey, oh, nice to see you all. Lovely friendos, hope you're all doing good. Sorry, this one is full of them time things. You are making them diamonds. Alright. Let's see here.
I hope you are having amazing time. The factory must grow.
Thank you, Black Man. I am having an amazing time. The factory must grow, it is true. It must grow in multiple strange and insane dimensions. You see, because we're building these things using the time diamonds, time crystals, now these all activate to make more time crystals. So this is our current time crystal machine, and it's getting the job done. Now I wanted some diamonds because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the superposition oscillator here requires these things which come from a converter directly. Alclad aluminum sheet, which we are making nearby. Crystal oscillators, which we are not making. Okay, these will need their own factory. Kinda. When making the crystals nearby, the train is coming in with a whole bunch of rubber and plastic now, especially now the rubber exports have been like ramped the heck up. And if we add another plastic Rubbermaid part 2, that'll help in that production as well. There'll be quick wire, plastic, rubber, and the quartz for the oscillators. And this one requires 30 of these a minute, 5 of those a minute to make 5 of these a minute. These are produced out of dark matter, residue, and diamond. Oh, from diamonds 1 to 1. Excellent. We're making a bunch. So if we look at the diamond production we have right now, we're assuming because we can then increase your output here. So currently, oh, you're only making 30. Well, that's fine. 30 was the recipe for 1, so we'll just make one of those machines here for now. Or we don't. You see, if I look at you, you're a Mark III, but you're only... If I ramp you all the way up, you're going at 1200. And you consume 600 as is. So now this one could then feed into a second one. Yeah. Which we can have here. Hollow structure is fine. Because structural integrity is more of a suggestion. And with the, okay, we also, we can make a tiny little, absolutely pointless truck connection, and now I feel really tempted to do that because we do have a truck export station there for the crystal stuff. I want to have a quick little look-see at a truck. I can't. See you there. Can I feed you a battery? We can have battery-powered trucks. Huh. I'll keep that in mind, see, because right now everything is running out of one single battery factory. And the drones, ultimately, I feel like don't eat that many batteries. And that's why we've had a big old giant buffer building it up, and we have this one single export station for every... Oh, wait, what? Oh, there's actually a little bit of space there. So here we're seeing, now they have multiple holograms. Maximum transfer rate is 10 stacks per minute. Outgoing transfer rate is 1,603 items per minute. And we're producing 20 per minute. Right, and you're going through 40 units of alumina solution, which absolutely can be increased. And for the sulfuric acid, you make 50, consume 50, so it'd be 75 if we ramp you up to 125. Ramp you up. It's 100, 125, you would need to produce 50. You're still underclocking, technically. And we need 100 units of alumina solution. There. So didn't need to do that many changes. And suddenly this guy's producing, well, 50 batteries a minute, which hopefully will be allow us to maintain Oh, excellent, yeah, because yeah, it's I guess a massive exports when everyone grabs the batteries, but once their inputs are full, then this slows down. But I'm still gonna leave that thing all sharded up. Sharded up. Oh, I mean sharded. Build your dreams. The bigger the streamer, the longer the ads. No, because it's Twitch gives us a sort of like windows, and we can have one like giant ad or many smaller ads. And I think my bot's timer for the ads is just slightly off, so I can do a little bit of a look-see here. We'll jump over to look at my streamer bot, actions and queues, actions, ad notification. It is currently at 90,000 milliseconds. Let's make that into 100,000, so add 10,000 milliseconds just in case. Leave it all sharded up. Exactly, two above games. That's how you get the most batteries, with the power of shards. Power shards. We got them from slugs. I ate so many alien slugs, I made power shards. And those power shards make our factory go faster, because they just desperately want to get out. You know, good times. These guys, motor fact, motio. Here we have some motors. See, the quartz is being made here. We bring it here. Then we have a truck delivering that all the way from here to there, which is fairly, to be honest, a very truckable distance. Power shards just sound wrong, but they feel so right. Yeah. Yes. That's how it works, man. Them's the rules. Alright, so this one. Let's see here. You're a splitter. So we could turn that one into a smart splitter. Then have a Okay, with the speed of everything, it doesn't even need to be a smart splitter, does it? I was wondering, like, how would I do this? You know, if you put on a dimensional depot here, and we do a people, they look to be around about the same. The power nubbin is going through you a little bit, but we can work with that. Then we look at the architecture frame floor. You know, like how bad would this sort of look here? Would be better to have it like that. Okay, yeah. The answer was not in the fancy new things I'm now trying to force into everything because I like them. But the answer was indeed in the good old classic small frame pillar. So we go from here down. It actually fits everything else quite neatly. Well, almost. I guess we'll have to do that. Yeah, going into the giant thick ceiling is a-okay. So now we have another sort of support pillar system here. It touches on the beam with these beautiful corners that just fit together nicely. And most importantly, we are now uploading a few of these buggers. So that's fine then. Oh, and also I like when things go fast. Especially because rubber is being used and will be used by even more machines. Okay, no wonder we keep on then running out of rubber. Just looking at the amount of like devices making use of these. And these like lifts into lifts is I like that. I like the way they all like fit together. Feels and looks neat. And I'm also pretty happy with the whole, even though it came a little different than what I intended. But how the sort of logistical floor here has worked, even though it's mostly just all just attached to the ceiling, which looks okay. But I said now that I had a couple of catwalks through here, even though this one leads to nowhere. And these frame floors, man, I love them. Wait, why am I even here? What am I doing? Yeah, we need more machines to make crystal oscillators. And that's one of the things we need. Gonna make E 3.75. Gonna steal these sloopity boopies back. You can see the grand total of 3. Oh, still takes the 2 shards. I'm gonna steal those. We got no one working on them right now. So we're just gonna have to hang on to as many as we can. But they take, sorry, these things that are being built up here. And we needed, I don't know, an X amount. This one is using, yeah, the same recipe we want to use. Which means we need to put it, well, the rubber is straight import. Quartz, straight import. A limiter, plastic, and interior. All of those we're kind of getting here. I think it might be better to give them their own train station rather than just force everything here, because, you know, things are getting a little crowded. And look at you. Everything's running beautifully. Heckin' perfectly, even. I wanted to do these because we wanted fancy diamonds things. And, oh, they also need the quartz. And then we can have these be fed via the batteries from here. Let's see. Which means your output goes through here. Unfortunate. Would that help? Most excellent. And you go. These nuts gotta be saved. Ah, or not. Ooh, of course, yeah, of course. Well, silly me. We can just put in a freaking frame, right? Fixed. Now the nuts can remain as nutty as they want. And we'll apply a logistics, a wall hole there. There. Yeah. And then a architecture modern railing, catwalk T-corner, and you guessed it, good old ladder. That way we can hide sort of the fact that the road is absolutely not on the grid by just bringing it in by a ladder. Then you do that. We try again. Remember to change the direction. There we go. Batteries. Didn't even get rid of the modern railing because I kind of forgot that we had the doors now, don't we? Got to change the material into a concrete solution. What the frick? Wait a minute. So if I do... No. Concrete pipes coated. Oh. Edit you. And we save this one as fix it orange. So we can always get back to it. Load preset. Cyan. Default. Select the color. Ah! Because these only have the main color, right? And it was just the details. I'm okay with this. We'll do a swish, swish. Okay, but now the road signs are... Huh. Ultimately, I'm okay with that. Let's just, yeah, we'll leave it. We'll leave... Oh. We hurt our ankles a wee bit. I hate it when we hurt our ankles cankles. Them ankle cankles. Well, they're not going to hurt themselves, are they? So someone's got to do it. So we have a recipe. We connect you. Because these being so solid, so they kind of clip in a way that doesn't look too insane. That won't work though. Whoops. All right. Gets the job done. There we go. So now we can export the crystal. Because crystal and coal can be used to make the pink diamonds. What have we unlocked? Please be something super cool. A classic battery. Made of just solid materials. Yeah. Here we go, pink diamonds. Absolutely gonna get that one. Scan the hard drive from our Mac pockets. And we go back to here. Ish. So do we have a crossing here? Okay, let's build the thing first. So we need the extra diamonds. Let's do like that, so slightly some space to maneuver here on the side. And you see this one wants diamonds and the antimatter stuff. And well, they're made in a converter. Makes them 15 per minute. So 8 into 1 compared to 20 into 1. I mean, fair enough in the end. It's a decent solution. I do believe, let's see here. The consumption goes up to fluctuate between 100 and 400, and you go between 250 and 750. Alright, so it will become more power hungry to do it this way, but you know, it's a price I'll just have to be willing to pay. Eh? So if I ask you to make the dark matter residue directly from the sand, which also again we can deliver by trucks if we want to, but we do have a better sign for it. But we should probably deliver it by something else. And we fired out just straight up excited photonic matter from like just, I don't know, light. And the dark matter crystal, that's made in a particle accelerator, and that takes 30 diamonds. So there'll be 2 of these per particle accelerator. Jesus Christ, that's gonna be power heavy. Oh man, yeah. Well, I'm glad we spent some time and making sure our we have some power. Oh. Let's see here. We need these anyway, so we need someone to just make some of those dark matter crystals. Everything else we can sort of just make happen. Then can we do one sort of temporary creator of... Now this thing is huge. Hello, friend. I'm gonna need you. Make that. You produce 125 dark matter per minute. And if you make these, you consume 150 per minute and you make 30. You consume all of it. You need 200 a minute of the excited photonic matter. You need only 125. So that you're making the dark matter residue. And you just need diamonds. And alclad and crystal oscillators. Now this one I have funny because it has these extra fancy, they can blinky lights. And you're consuming up to 2,000. And I would just want all the output as fast as possible. I'm gonna sloop out your production. And we do a organizational industrial fluid buffer. Go bum, 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 bum. You connect there. You connect there. producing that 150 per minute. There we go. So we check the sort, we check on the here has Alclad. And all the crystal selects we have. And the wild, strange machine. So now we're producing 10 per minute. Which means in 10 minutes we should have everything we need. The buffer here. Means that this guy's gonna have to be turned off eventually. Not for now, that'll work. We can just ignore him for now. It's all a-okay. And these will be going... Oh yeah, these do these crazy beams. Freaking Aurora. Neat. Do you have any more of those power shards available? And alas, the answer is no. Very tragic. Hey, have some diamonds. I might as well make some extra of those as well. Gonna have this. There's no way this will give me cancer, right? None of the radiation did. And those are those, and they can mess with you, the individual electrons, those high energy particles, and this strange quantum, subatomic, submolecular stuff. Surely that'll never fuck us up. Surely. No way, no how. Now you're producing 250. Net is high. Powered from all ends. Yeah, that'll keep that bugger going. Yeah, have a shard. Make even more stuff. Wonderful. Already at 41. Excellent. So then we can leave those alone for a tiny little while we then try to think of how do we do this. So you bring those in. For the diamond. And we already do have one roundabout there. I was wondering what if we added a train connection and that goes straight from here, takes it right here. You go this way, you have a train station, goes around this rock, comes back, reconnects there, and takes the dedicated right into this one. That could be doable, and that way we can have a dedicated plastic and rubber drop-off, because we need that one there for making the things, stuff. The AI limiters. Because the Caterium transport is already fully drone-based and doing A-OK. Alright, so let's do that. Won't take us too long. At least hopefully. So we can then... Yeah. We can figure that one out. Yeah, just fine, just fine. And train station. We need 3 stops worth of train station. Need 1 for the actual drop-off. And we need enough for the turning, which will take a little bit more. I'd say there. That'll be stop 1, stop 2. Station would start on that piece. I don't like the way the rock goes there, so we'll have to do that. Some clipping, tiny bit of clipping is acceptable. Okay, and that station will most likely have to move further forward in the end anyway, but we'll double check that. We'll stick in the... Yeah, factory is that way. Yeah, this is what I mentioned yesterday, how some of these things can be sort of, well, very much so, cheated. There's a path. All the paths go in, and the block is the exit. That way, a dedicated right, you can go across from there, And yeah, but turns out it's a-okay. All that heckin' fantastic. Yes, we can. Yes, we do. Yes, we shall. Should be, and then I should be able to pull this one off. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those, eh? Well, I don't like that. We're just gonna have to live with it. Because otherwise he'll become a bit too fiddly, I'm afraid. So do that. Path signal going in. That should work. Part 2? No. You are... What are we calling this one, then? Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, Zoriox. Sorry for the late reaction. And are you knowledgeable about power switches? Does A to B matter? It's up to me whether power comes from A or B. I think it's up to you. I haven't really used them much, and I haven't even unlocked them this round, Zoriox. I think it's just A or B is just two separate grids. Whether they are in or out doesn't really matter. It's just two separate grids, and you can cut them off at the switch. And I believe this one would then be... Nah, we'll go for the reference, sure. The nuke quantum, PNRs, plastic rubber, imports. There we go. Of course, means you'll be needing an electric locomotive. Try to understand how to think about a priority switch. Yeah. Because it seems like an interesting machine, but I never really used the power switches because I never found that much use for them, to be honest. So, for you PNR quantum timetable, nuke quantum PNR import. Let's grab export. Save changes. Turn on the self-driving. And off they go. Well, we got more than enough of those now. And you are for unload. Alright, we have to wait for the train to get done. Silly train. You guessed it, frame foundations. And you are also for unloading. There we go. And from what I understand, a priority power switch is for shutting down factories when you are at the limit of how much power you can supply. So for example, your power plant doesn't shut down, but your factory that makes rubber might shut down first. Yeah, for that, yeah, it absolutely makes sense, yes. It's one of those things where it feels, the way I design and build these things, it just feels like I don't know, almost excessive. But then again, considering what I'm building right now, this factory is extremely power hungry and it has a fluctuating power need. So for example, having a priority power switch for these would actually make sense. So why not? Hey, thank you for the lurks and the escapes, like mine, I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your escaping. What's my dude doing, by the way? Oh yeah, I'm cutting down willow trees. And you have everything you need. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate it. And I will go with, from my selection of drinks, that it's time for tea. Thank you. Oh, delightful. Alright, but let's go back to the center then. I guess we're gonna take a flight. We're gonna do a quick little check. There you go. So that's the 250. And for these, well, we need exactly 100. That's what we got. So now that entire setup we just did there can be pretty much torn down. And I'm gonna let it refill some storage. I'm on the edge a bit, as I just went from coal to fuel power plant, so that's why I'm trying to understand them. Okay, yeah. But it feels like, yeah, if you think there's a risk of having a grid shutdown, then absolutely. You can have your sort of slightly, like, for example, a good old spaghetti factory. You might be able to want to sacrifice this one first before your project parts. But then again, the project parts, if you're building like I am, where you have like one dedicated factory for like from start to end for the project parts, those are also something you might think, well, this entire facility is actually can get a little tricky. So maybe you'll add this to the priority list. So I'd rather you slow down my project parts so that all my building materials will never stop being produced, because these are usually the ones you want to maintain at all times. Now you get to wait. Let's go finish that milestone. Plop, 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 plop.
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired.
No, it escaped.
Do not ask me how it works. Not because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know. You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door. Thankfully, the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology. After you're done with project assembly.
After you're done with project assembly. And then just the blueprint designer. Excellent. So now we can finally make the bits we need. Ooh, the hard drive got scanned. What do we get? We get instant plutonium cells or turbo blend fuel, which like skips a little bit of, because we put in a blender, we put in the, you see, make fuel, then you put in the residue, and then instead of making compacted coal, you would put the sulfur and the coke directly. Because it seems like, you know, same inputs, but less machines. I just don't know if it would be more efficient. I think it would be power efficient, of course, because it's, you know, less machines. And they have a sort of like, it's a door. I said that because I don't understand myself. Ada. Yeah. Well, then again, I would say Ada understands all the things, considering the fact that it's pretty heavily implied that a lot of the Phase 5 stuff have been made. That's because we use the strange alien matter SAM as a raw input. So some of the discoveries made on this planet were the ones that allowed for all of that to, you know, actually get done. Ooh, we got over 100 coupons now. That's more than... It's 1/10 of the way. Anything here we might want because we want the golden nuts. These are decoratives, and there's no point in the higher level outlets. Light control. You know, I don't know if I ever made one of those. Buy you. The shelves can wait. We have everything unlocked from the customizer. Foundations, walls. We don't have these, but we don't need them either. We do that. AI steel require high speed thingies. Some of you. Some of you. With the power switches? What does she have to say?
Power switch unlocked. Fixit is proud to announce that the power switch facilitates power grid management through the application of the very latest advances in on-off switch technology. Fixit. It's fun to have power.
It's true. She would know, wouldn't she? Cosmic power. And the priority switch.
Priority power switch unlocked. This assists with power grid management by automatically powering down specified connections when a grid failure is imminent. Use it to prioritize power for the most important infrastructure.
AI, computer, and heavy cube.
Priority power switches also let you turn them on/off remotely.
Remotely? Ooh. Hey there, Alpha Zone. Hope you're doing well. And that actually does sound pretty goddamn sexy. Am I getting enough plastic? I mean, fair enough. Do
Sun off. 10 happy dance. Sun off. 10 happy dance. Sun off. 10 happy dance.
Hey there, Mazam. Hope you're doing well. Do the programmable splitter as well, in case we want to do a proper sushi belt madness.
Programmable splitter unlocked. This upgrade to the smart splitter provides additional options to improve conveyor belt logistics.
Nice. And for this one, now we need those AI singularity things. And we need 23 mercer spheres, which we do not have. And that's okay. Like a few healing items. I can drug hair and mustache combination. It's going to just crawl up your nostril. The last king of the Numenor. Ooh, out of Farazon. There we go. Now you're still okay for a while. You just never run out. Nah, it's fine. But we don't have the AI cubes made anyway, so. Let's go back to checking out these wonderful new hangouts. Here we go. all that is keeps working. Alaskan rubber is getting imported from there. I still don't know if I should put a T crossing or a 90-degree crossing here. So we'll look at our blueprints. All right. Check out the blueprints. A straight roadblock. Yeah. Well, bugger, there we go. There you go. Then a 90-degree turn here. Fine, we'll wait for the... A little bit of sand there kind of works. Spilled over. Now, not that much with the barrier there, but we'll just say it's okay. Another 90-degree turn here. So the car comes in, takes the right, drops off its stuff, drives off. So we have these stops be on this side. There's only going to be one, pretty much. And that's just to bring in the crushed quartz from over there to be combined with the coal to make the diamonds. So I think this area will then be extending further this way, so we'll have a large row of just these, making as many diamonds as we can with 1,200 of those. Now let us have a quick look-see at what that math looks like. Oh yeah. So one pure node will be turned into a maximum amount of diamonds. Takes 10 machines. 120 coal per minute. So 10 machines making 150 diamonds a minute, which is more than the 30 we're getting right now. That'd be then worth 5 of these. And this one is consuming, yeah, the 600 coal. So instead of 2 of these giving us 60, 10 of these give us 120, wasn't it? No. Okay, no. I can't math. 150, yeah. And those will then easily be going to a similar system to this, just maintain our time crystals, which we need to build these things. We also need time crystals for the other recipes. So, that's all nice and dandy. So singularity cell. For these, yeah, we need that nuclear pasta, which means we need to build a nice, dedicated, heckin' nuclear pasta facility. And those then need the radio control units and the fused cell. The fused cells are being made there. And they are in effect being made in excess. That I do know. Making a tiny, teeny bit of radio control units there as well. It should be enough for its own purposes. Which, once the factory gets running, should work. But let's have a quick look-see. There's a cool guy here. Has anyone seen a cool guy? Hey there, Enthak. Hope you're doing good. Well, what are you saying, Enthak? The coolest guy here. You can find him in the mirror. Because it's you. Hey. Hope you're doing good. And... right. Let's have a look-see, by the way. The power and the...
oh, it's all coming together.
So, grid A and grid B. And here's the priority switches. Oh, okay. All coming together. Hey, nice. Was your dastardly plan all along?
Stop shrimping, Streamer Man.
Thank you, Zorix. I was, in fact, slouching terribly. Let's see here. I don't know, it looks slightly more sporty or something. Yeah, we want to have a look-see at how many of these we are actually making right now. We're currently producing all of this. Making 3 per minute. 3 per minute, making 6 per minute. Yeah, and there's 4 of these. So producing 6 modular frames per minute. And these can consume a grand total of 2. So with 4 fused modular frames, we can then route to elsewhere. Might be easiest to sneak them into the road, bringing them in that way around. Or made a funny little truck station. Heck, with that kind of speed, we can have a car to bring it over. I think. Finally got a use for those. There, so now the trucks can get here, in theory at least. And I'm on 500 fused frames. I got more than that because I got a giant container full of them, so that's fine. The trigons, easy enough. Got a giant container full of those, and a giant container full of these timed time diamonds. For the blueprint Mark III, we don't have anyone making those neural quantum processors. Pretty easy to use though. To make, but only use in order to make this one. Made in a quantum encoder. This was made in a quantum encoder. So I don't think we're gonna have too many quantum encoder things happening around here, because what these actually only need so we can make diamonds, time crystals, there we go. We make big diamonds, and we use those to make time crystals and dark matter crystals. So those are the things we'll be producing here, sort of on site. The excess, we might make something that'll help us get some excess dark matter residue, but we might also just use the SAM, the strange alien matter. There we go, there we go. Okay, excellent. So, the train has been taken care of on the other side. So let's do what we can here then. Oh, to make the imports work here. So let's see. One. Meaning you become an asphalt one. I see. What we need to do is break down this one. And that one. Okay. All those stops. Oh no, should kind of work. And huh. I wonder if that might be enough. You see, if we put a truck stop say there, get rid of those. Kind of weird. Let's try it again. Why are you... What the frick happens there? Why did you suddenly flip? So I feel like, yeah, we want actually... something like that. Because we've seen it previously that there's an issue because if there's a truck stopped here, then no one can go past it. Unless we then have a couple of more, like, cutoffs here. Well, I think... Give me another. I turn into 45. From there. Why do some of these turns just work, but some of them don't, even though they're like pretty identical turns? I see, so you're saying it's not actually a 45er. Oh, that's why. Fair enough. And that's also not a 45, right? Sharp ring going up. Why the frick aren't these... Is it impossible to make this symmetrical? Now you all remain flat. This one hasn't done anything too insane just yet. That's fine. Except it ain't, is it? So one step to the left. Apparently that's enough. Even though it should be in the middle. This was in the middle of the straight path. This was a cut off the path as it was. And I was all like, no. Well, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, but there's no slope. But hey, if we do it this in this kind of silly fashion, it still works. Why is this one then green all the way? Oh well. It's all a bunch of not my problem. We'll see if we can do another truck station here. Well, we'll just have to make an unsymmetrical driving path somehow. Who's that turning too sharply? But I like it when the stops are like nice and symmetrical, like, you know. And then the driving lines would be nice and symmetrical. This one took just a couple of steps to the right. I mean, look at that. But you know, shame. It's the rules. Okay, truck comes in, drops off there, or it goes forward, and then we do a couple of stops here if necessary. Which could work. It would mean we change this one. Into one of these. Sorry if I'm being a little quiet, everyone. But, you know, the hyperfocus kicked in. Hopefully you can forgive me one of these days, chat. Those are powered, everyone else is powered. Muy bien, my friend. Muy McBiens. There. As we can see here, we should 100%. Come on. Be able to fit one of these. There. Except now it's clipping into the lights, which oddly enough I don't fully hate. It clips in pretty goddamn neatly. Power pole's the one that's gotta go. Of course, we can't get anything out of there because of, you know, it'll just interact with the road. I don't know, we'll leave it there as a piece of decoration, if nothing else. It looks neat. Turns out my T-crossing had a lot of uses. Now, can we find a better sort of center dotted line that would like to end in the middle? No? We can do that, though. No, that looks better. Yeah. Pretty okay with that. Except I lied. We need these here. See, the idea is literally impossible to see. There we go. I'll get the truck stations. So one of you will be for the quartz, just comes in from there, drives in here. Wham bam. Alright. Which means right. Luca. Quantum. Crushed. Quartz. Import. Quartz. Almost got it. Almost. Can I join? Hey there, carrots. 1, 2, 3. No, sorry, this is a single player map. I don't think my rig could handle adding more players. Put you there. You're an unload station. Build a funny little truck. Make it pink. Give you some batteries as fuel. A new vehicle path is quartz crystal pickup, rubber drop off. I think it's a quartz crystal. Let's go check if that's actually the case. Getting errors already on those trains, just turning red for no heckin' reason. Yeah, quartz crystal. I kind of want to add a SAM pickup. Just because. Have a truck drive off crazy far away. We don't have any fuel being delivered there, though, so... Meh. Yeah, the quartz crystal. Excellent. See, we got a truck. It goes there and it's successful. It's gonna come back. Excelente. Freaking amazing. You are just waiting on dark matter stuff. You are... Oh, you ran out of Alclad. There you go. Go ham. Okay, now we have an import of quartz crystal. Wanted 20 of these, so we need 450 a minute. And the one truck can bring a bunch. I can work with a bunch. Ooh, sort of, hello there, Pileover. Satisfactory is in fact a very satisfactory game now, isn't it? Absolutely heckin' delightful. So for this one, we're gonna then need a floor McHole. There we go, and your export hole is there. Exports go in the export hole. There we go. Get into it, but I don't have much free time to sink into it. Yeah, I feel you. And that's why I also that's one of the things why I also hadn't been playing for a while. And also, yeah, because it feels like, especially the early game, like the biofuel grind and so on, can feel like, well, a bit of a grind. Why do you keep on highlighting shit as red? Don't do it. Stop it. Yeah, so these quartz crystals will be coming in here somewhere. Most of them able to get on file was about 12 hours. Only got halfway through phase 2. Now this save now has 194 hours, so yeah, we'll probably go past 200 today. But it's also a fun one if you compare it to games like, say, Factorio. Also an absolutely delightful, wonderful factory building game. The fact that the nodes are infinite and it's more a game of throughput than fighting enemies and, you know, dealing with limited resources. So you can really take your time. That's something I liked about the game, that, you know, you don't have to rush it. And with the, because you have you can change your world settings, and you can increase the cost of, like, the project parts, but I do believe you can also lower them. Which means you can sort of, like, ramp up the speed of the game by changing the settings, by just making the final project parts be effectively cheaper, in case it feels like it's taking too long. You know, comparatively, you can then make him more expensive if you feel that it's, you know, well, moving a little too fast. Well, yeah, another thing, if they're working, because there's no power coming in. Yeah, funny little temporary bullshit factory. There we go. Carrying all these animal remains, let's just offload them into the depot. We can disable enemies in Factorio. I mean, that is very true, but the resources are still also limited. You know, this is not like I love Victoria. It's a fantastic game. But it's just, it has different... But it flows a little different, you know? So power is coming from there to there. Fantastic. This thing will be now producing grand total of 1,200 coal per minute. And all of that will be turned to diamonds. Which is done with 10 of these. These are 2x2. Means we would either need 20, so we're gonna go, instead of wide, we go tall. They're limited, but the default setting makes them plenty abundant. Well, but they're true. It is true. Yeah, it's a good point. But, here's the thing as well. Just because I can make a change in the settings to make the aim easier doesn't mean it's something I just would enjoy doing. A lot of people still want to play the game as it was designed. You know, me included. Both to my benefit and detriment. And I think that's fine. You should be able to, you know, play the game the way you wanna. Two, 3, 4, 5. Zorik saying I started playing after 1.0. Oh, and I got a new computer last year. But I got burned out because I spent more time in Satisfactory modeler than playing the game because I wanted to min-max my factories. When I started a new save in 1.2, I set all the nodes to pure so I could breathe a little. And now enjoy the game more and have come further than before in a shorter time. Hey, absolutely get that. And that's why I'm trying to just focus on architecture kind of thing, making things kind of work. Because, you know, things like Satisfactory Modeler, those tools can be super handy, super helpful, but they can, like you noted, be a little detrimental. Because, you know, then you start, you know, like min-maxing, you never get to the actual game. And, well, I mean, that's also a matter of taste. Like, how do you enjoy playing? I quite enjoy the whole challenge of trying to figure it all out. Coming up with my own designs, be it like, you know, just silly little simple architecture, trying to make things feel like they sort of logically would be supported, adding low foundations. You don't have to play that way. That's just the way I do it. I think I'm gonna have to do some changes here. And the YouTube sign. Let's play Factorio. It was recommended to me by my calculus teacher a year or two ago. Ooh, it's a fantastic game. Played through the full Space Age DLC version as well, about not too long ago. Semi-expecting someone in chat to start just shouting, "It's not a DLC, it's an add-on," or like, "No, it's a continuation." But yes, but it's more content and you download it. Ergo, it's a DLC. I played through the Factorio. I'd recommend just get the vanilla. It's absolutely fine. You don't need the DLC. The DLC is just more of the same. So if you enjoy vanilla Factorio, then you will enjoy the DLC. But the DLC is not necessary in any way. It just adds more complexity, which is fun. It's neat. But I would recommend play the vanilla version first before you go spending money on all the DLCs and stuff. Well, I mean, there's the one. And yeah, then pointing out that when building your factories, Fixit recommends you build vertically rather than horizontally. It's very true. Fixit makes good points every now and then. Every now and then. And we don't need to make this super squeezed in, so I'm going to do like that. That is something that we know. And because I have become rather infatuated with the glass frame foundations, I'm gonna put them there. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, and. All the things, we ran out of RCUs. Oh, easy fix. Grab a couple of the placeholders. And now we have 10 of these machines, all making the pink diamond. So they've been fed the 450 quartz per minute, which should be quite easy there. And then 120, so times 10 to 1,200 coal. Well, the coal comes from here. There we go. And sorry for pointing out that it's a sandbox game after all. And I play it in the way that makes me happy. Exactly, that's the way to do it. You gotta play the way that makes you happy. It's always a shame, yeah, if you're like your prep for the ultimate factory burns you out on actually playing the game. But then again, it's just like theory crafting your D&D characters and so on. You can like theory craft, you can have hours and hours of fun just planning out this amazing character and trying to figure out how do I multi-class and which like character traits do I mix up and what would be really cool, and then like never actually play them. It's fine, as long as you're having fun. Space Age, not DLC. It's a whole new game. The evolution of it's you know. It's a Factorio Plus, exactly. And Pilover pointing out that I can't find many Satisfactory YouTubers that I like. They're either pre 1.2 or I just don't like how they speak. I'm a bit finicky about how people articulate their words. Absolutely understandable. Yeah. That's the problem with many streamers that play these like fun, like, I don't know, technical games or so on. They might be more, you know, better engineers and gamers and creators of the game, rather than, you know, focusing on things like entertainment in the sense of like how do I articulate words and so on. I'm not saying I'm very good at it, I do my best. But I like to think I'm not the worst either. Mustache Man is articulate. Well, thank you, no hypocrisy. I do what I can. And do you work as a game developer right now? No, right now I work as an unemployed streamer, pretty much. But I would like to work as a game developer, but most likely how that will happen is if I get my, just get my shit together and let's just get back to deving my own game. You know, my last full-time employment was actually just I worked at a factory, making the components for and assembling these like safes and lockers and so on. So metal worker, as you should be saying in the description. I wanted to become a blacksmith, but that whole thing didn't really work out. Turns out it's pretty much a dying industry here in my country. So there's a lot of competition to get in, and wait, how do I fix this one though? Because I don't like these walls here being that. You know what? This is a crazy quantum machine. Yeah, it can be shiny on the outside if it wants to be. Well, streaming is a job, technically. That's very true. Technically, I'm a professional streamer because I'm getting paid. You see, it's always fun when people can say like, oh, something is like professional or professional grade, or someone does something professionally. Like, oh man, they must be so good because they do it professionally. It's like, no, the definition of professional is simply getting paid. And I'm getting paid to do this. Not much, mind you. But I am technically getting paid. As I'm you know, sometimes a technical victory is the best victory. And all that. It's not unemployed, you're self-employed. That is a very good distinction, I'd say, yeah. True. Most humans' job. The blacksmithing has become more of a hobby. Yeah, in some places it has. But places like, say, in the UK, where I went to do an internship, it's very much still alive. It is a very niche business, but it is very much alive. Because someone has to make all those iron, like, gates and so on. Those are all handmade, at least in the UK. And it's because that's one of the things I think the UK has done really, really well in preserving older, like, arts and crafts, pretty much, in the sense that because they give you when you build a building, you're giving a tax exemption if the structure you build includes art. And handmade iron railings and so on counts as art, as an art piece. So many, and then of course, you know, installation arts in the fronts of, you know, like office buildings and so on. So that is something that UK did, you know, really well, because that motivates most people who are then, you know, and able, not just people, let's put it this way, you know, entities building larger structures all want to have one large piece of art, or like handmade metal railings and so on, and then all of those need to be maintained. So the industry is still there, alive. It's not quite as abundant as it used to be. It's very much a niche business, but it is still there. Whereas the building culture in Finland is much more based on, well, building with concrete, you know, and industrial grade, you know, metal bending and that kind of stuff, rather than, you know, cool stuff made out of blacksmithing and wood. Wood is the industry that it is, because, you know, Finland produces a lot of wood. So they're doing some really interesting stuff with wood, though. They're building like just really, really tall buildings completely out of wood, and it's actually pretty neat, in my opinion. Let's see if I put you there. Sorry, the focus happened again. There we go. Sorry. There we go. And what do you think of an idea of traveling around the world? Well, that'd be freaking amazing. That costs so much money, though, so that's not something I can do. I would love to travel, see the more of the world. Nanzoric's asking, I assume you have to pay some income tax on what you earn from streaming, then you're self-employed. Well, yes, of course. Finland is a socialist state. We tax everything. But it works out pretty well. Hey, a penny is paid. Supported by your sugar mama. That's very true, no hypocrisy. And the US needs to take some notes. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of countries, but many countries do things well, and some things, you know, less well. And a lot of it, of course, is like with the how the UK supports metalworking in the arts through the construction by giving a tax cut in construction projects. It's just a genius way, but also it supports specifically their local kind of structure and culture, because every country has their own culture in the end of like how do they build things. Like I said, Finland builds a lot with wood, and making interesting, cool, sort of minimalistic wooden structures is one thing, and then also having these newer ones where they're making high-rise buildings essentially completely out of wood with like a sharp roof because we get snow and so on, because for the longest time they've been building the box like flat roofs and like everyone else, and now they're sort of going back to hey, you know, having angled roofs, it might be a good idea because that's a lot of snow, that's a lot of weight, so then there's less maintenance in getting the snow away from there. We can just let the nature take its course. Now, these should be sort of identical, right? So I'm wondering if we could... So the coal comes here, then it goes up all the way. Then we have a splitter here in the middle where it scoops into there. Oh, terrible, sorry. God damn you, mouse. Oh, more like hand. But yeah, there's a lot of things most of our countries could you know, take notes from other countries. This much is true. But it's never quite that cut and dry. Freak. Oh. Well, that didn't really help. Now these also happen to actually allow for the daisy chaining in a way that fits within my aesthetics. They don't really okay, they clip into each other a little bit. And you know what? We're gonna live with that. Oh no! Black mind. What's happening? How are things going? Can you still hear me? I'm probably just talking too far away from the mic. Let's go that way. Have some tea. So, I think we can pull off something like this, right? There. Now that should evenly split all the coal. Now those abilities inverted. Why input on the left outlet and other way around on the right side? No real reason, actually. Well, now they pointed it out. Now, now I can't unsee it. So fine, we'll fix it.
The ant has made itself illustrious through constant industry industrious. So what? Would you be calm and placid if you were full of formic acid?
Good question. That's what I said. Oh no. Yep, thank you, Black Mine. There we go. Now that's a good question. Level up this. And according to industry, industrious. Yep. Small amount of finagling, but we got it to work. Hello there, on streams 24/7. Hope you're doing well. Hey there, and of course, hello there, Buffalopagus. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're getting some sleep. The ant has made itself, yeah, illustrious. Going to the industry, industrious. I mean, essentially, you gotta remember that human beings are also then full of acid. The acid happens to be more. I think it's closer to sulfuric acid, the human digestive acid, if I remember correctly. I'm not entirely certain on that one, so don't quote me. But I do know that the human digestive acids are actually quite spicy. Well, we'll have to live with that, I guess. Now for this one, I think it'd be neat if we could somehow... come like here, and then from there, like straight down there. Wait, I think we can do that. Which is hydrochloric acid in the stomach. Thank you, Emmer Dwarf. Yes. That sounds familiar to me as well. Just one of those things, you know, you just keep on remembering things like, wait, it was something really weird, something neat. But what exactly was that neatness? There, I'm okay with that angle. Oh, look at that guy looking all neat like. Yeah, there's a more sort of even-ish split with the coal than with the quartz, but that's also because the coal will be consumed, in theory at least, you know, full speed. Whereas the quartz will take a while. And part of me is thinking about just doing that for now, because I just wanted to have that one sort of steep change of height. We'll figure out more closely how do we make this all look maybe a little better, but for now, gets the job done. Excellent. Then we figure out how do we close these up, and all your all's output. How much it was? 150. Nothing too insane. We combine all of those, and we can have it come out on that side, I guess. Yeah, I can move that. There you go. Outputs. And then we add a let's get rid of that one. Change out the frame floor. Nah. That won't work. It'll have to be a floor hole. There you go. So then the output hole for these is there. Alright, so now we have a look-see at the building itself. I'll be sure to go back to the 1940s to offer the poetry notes. Ooh. Well, considering, you know, it's the 40s and all that, I think the poetry, and also as a poet, as a poem, it makes, you know, a bit more sense. Pretty sure they're ants a metaphor for, you know, workers in general. Who were very understandably in a lot of many parts of history mucked about with a good old belly full of acid. You wouldn't happen to be able to fit. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna have to change these out at least. Start with that. Like upon so, and then we might check how much darn there. Industrial railing, we change that to the modern railing, because the modern railing does half. Yeah. Making perfect. Love it when stuff actually works for once. And I kind of like all of that remaining pretty visible. So we're going to do a giant mirror, like a window wall kind of thing. And to do that, we're going to use the honeycomb, I think. Yeah, I'm okay with that. In many ways a lot simpler than some of the other things I've been building, but I like it. It works. Although I might have to change these out. Yeah, those can remain. There you go, bugger off. You can use Satisfactory tools to help you with building factories. Satisfactory tools will tell you how many of the factory machines you will need and also the rate at which the machines will need the resources. Well, Palo, that's very true. You could automate that, but I like figuring it out on my own. It's just how I like to play. I like using it so I don't mess the math up. Yeah. I'm playing, you know, Factoria and with Satisfactory, I found that, you know, it's not that, it's not, you know, it's okay to mess the math up a little bit. Once I like doing the math. And sometimes you just gotta mess it up a little bit. So you learn. Couple of random those. I like him. Might change them out the positioning though. Hey there, Petey Wonk. Are we doing good? Masu, but it's not when my power grid is at stake. Yeah, I'm gonna just make more power. When in doubt, nuke it. And then nuke it some more. Gotta nuke it some more. So I think we could bring in the power via pillar. Pillar goes up. Then we have a two-sided power outlet there and there, kind of. When in doubt, more pollution from the fossil fuels. Fixit would like that. It's very true. Fixit does not waste. You gotta, you gotta share those fumes. There we go. Nice. But yeah, what it out is actually true. Rocket fuel, turbo fuel, mega fuel based factories. I have just decided to, you know, nuke it out this time round. Mostly for the same reason I usually nuke it out, because I can. And then we gotta figure out how to design these sides themselves. Yeah, well, diamond production is going good. Quartz crystals are being delivered A-OK. I think we can do some fun things with catwalks here. There. Safety railings and everything. And we could add a door here. Because we got this crazy catwalk coming all the way from there. So what if we were to then have this one that also Okay, I mean, like, follow the wall here, and then connect from there to here. Then it goes up there, reaches to that door. And a part of it also would go down. Yeah, sure, let's do that. You gotta make a minute, chat. We're doing it. We're doing it. Except we're not doing it because that thing is. Oh right, yeah, because these, yeah, these are the based on an arbitrary height thing, and these are based on the actual grid. Alright, we'll still do something similar. You see, we check out the walls from here, and here we find the side wall again. And here we look at, you know, we have to go above the rock. So we find the straight catwalk. We go back to Zupen. That's exactly. Look inside and see all these machines not do anything, just have fancy lights on them. Heckin' sci-fi nonsense. I like the old machines, they have so many moving bits and pieces. I mean, these are just furnaces, so they don't actually have that many. Not the best example, I guess. Now, this pillar actually makes sense there, so what if we were to do something like that? There. So now there's a stairs connection going from here. Need to go one further. First time I've seen them do that. All these catwalks, because you can build all these like crazy convoluted things. No, they're just fun. Neat. I wonder if we can connect it to the road there somehow. So if we do change this one then out to a T McJunction. Whole time is steam was on the vents, the pressure out so often. Toot. Oh. Buffalo Cuisine. I mean, yes, you said that you both the machines need to swell need to do is swell over time and then have an old-timey steam whistle that vents the pressure every so often with a nice little doot doot. That would be pretty funny, actually. I would totally feel like, just up for playing cartoon version of Satisfactory. Cartoon Factory, if you will. Now the clipping is less than ideal, but almost looks like we might be able to pull off. My God. Maybe all the way there. And this is why it takes me so long to get anything built in this game, because they suddenly get, distracted by like, oh yeah. By building fun things, silly things with catwalks. Nice and pointlessly convoluted. Just the way the real folks do it. Wonderful. Feel better than the straight, since the straight clips into the windows. That's a good point, actually. Sorry for reacting a little late there, Palover. Ah, yes, in game with hover packs, we have to be OSHA safe and add the guardrails. 100%. 100%. Hey, them's the rules. ADA's not going to enforce the OSHA safety rules, so we have to. So now these are connected in a funny, silly way. And this corner is levitating a bit too much. That one looks like it's getting support from the wall. Which means we have to find from our beautiful little architecture beam bits I think the big frame one is, in fact, yes, too big, but the small one should work. And we We'll zoom it down and remove the top one, and then it looks like it is, you know, supporting and connecting, but it's not clipping through. So now there is good old somewhat sensible stuff. Then we'll look at the metal beam. Does anyone know how to rotate the metal beam? It's annoying because sometimes it's facing, you know, this way. Sometimes facing that way. Like that. I guess I answered my own question. You gotta make use of them goddamn walls. Now those are then not clipping properly, but thankfully we have the sweet delicious beam connector. There we go. And that's we'll let it work with that one. Depends on the surface you're pointing at. Yeah. Finally figured that one out. See, now there's that one. It's in contact with this, which gives also that feeling of support. Now, move you this one to the right, then there's 1, 2, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wondering like where. This one's here and it supports that one and that corner, which is okay. That one will just remain there for like no real reason. No, them's the rule. Gotta be done. And this one is gonna go this way. So we can get the zoopin. And I'm not entirely certain what we're going to do here. So I'm going to put just stairs, massive stairs down as a placeholder. Immediately realize, hell no. So we can kind of make use of that kind of shape. Yep. You see what we need to do here. Okay, just zoom that one all the way there because yeah, more factory will happen here. So this is just the diamond house.
Son of 10. Smug.
Hey there, Douglas. Hope you're doing good. I think we're gonna use just a good old boring painted beam for these corners though. It gets the job done. And he'll carry the same color as these. I really should use more. I'm like so enamored with the new beams, the cross beam especially, and the round concrete one is just nice. I've been really underutilizing the painted beam. And for this one, your basic walls are doing the job just fine. These, I'm not entirely 100% sold on. Other option is concrete, which is nope. And oh, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Here though, we do frame walls. Why are you trying to put the frame walls on the wrong side of the goddamn thing? Like I really like the frame walls, but sometimes placing them is a bit of a chore. 'Cause it feels like they almost have more snapping points than your normal walls. With like the way they behave sometimes. There we go. Don't get in the way of the stairs. This guy all looks okay. Excellent. Now those frame walls just really make those like concrete things like, you know, pop, if you will. Similar to, well, you know, a lot of this. The round concrete pillar, man. It took me a long time to like finally buy it from the store, and once I did, then I realized like, god dang, should have gotten this thing ages ago. If nothing else, getting your steel production to the point where I can just wildly just keep on building beams wherever the heck I want. Took a little while. We got there in the end. And I'm kind of enjoying the whole building in the sand dunes desert area, because if I clip into the train a little bit, it still kind of works, because it all looks like, you know, the wind brought the sand over. You know, it's a desert after all. Like there's, it has that wonderful implication of that there's actually more to the structure, but it's just, you know, stuck under the sand. That slightly derelict vibe to it, which at the same time sort of works with the whole, now I'm really glad I built around this thing. So look at that. It's, you know, it's not clipping. It's not touching. The factory is built properly around and respecting the weird rib. Even the trains dodge it. And I like how, yeah, the trains go over my freaking steel factory. Very happy with this. Very happy with it indeed. Now this one though, I'm slightly less enthused with the sand pouring in here. It's tragic, because, you know, it just means, man, I should have built everything like one step further up. But, oh well, too late. Can't be fixed anymore. I'm not undoing the entire thing. Just to move it all up by like one block. So instead we're gonna make this work, which means we have to have these sides be sort of just visually and like physically open, so it does also again make sense that the sand has like poured in a little bit. So I'm thinking of having like an angled wall down here, support pillar down. Well, there it is. See, we'll look at our walls. So here we find the good old inverted ramp 8. And then we look and we grab the ramp 8. There we go. I think it looks pretty okay. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. And then under the architecture, we'll look for the. Let's see. Actually, maybe we'll do the metal pillars. I'll quickly use them. But for these, Yeah, that works. I kind of feel like, yeah, we'll have a slightly like lean over for this in this direction. But this thing's output will still go to these machines, so it'll end up being more of a holistic, like just a large factory. Yeah, leaving this side open is a-okay. I wonder if we could do something more with like the shapes like those, where I got the beams angled. Specifically these ones. Angling a small beam isn't really the tricky part. But now that I say that, let's give it a try. You see, what if we do... No, that won't work. It'll have to be from here. And then we play around their painted beams. We stick one there. We switch it over the diagonal. And then... the angle remains the same. Back up a bit so we can look at that. I'm pretty okay with this. Also means that we could then open up this one maybe a little more. Ah, no we can't. The power... No, wait, yes we can, yes we can, yes we can. Doesn't break anything apart. It's a K. Special K. Keeps you got going. Oh, very new Twitter review. X. Oh. Someone's seeing a K, someone's seeing an X. It's funny with everything being like renamed and so on. It always will remind me of, you know, the artist formerly known as Prince. The service formerly known as Twitter. Because here's the thing. I might remove this one and instead have the support pillar like along here. And then one that goes down. Because then it looks more, you know, like it's supporting something. Hmm. All right. 17 people watching. Nice. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. So I think we can make this one actually work better, look neater this way. So if we leave this beam, we then have like a thick wall going along it. Like a beam. Yeah? And then... yeah? You should connect there. And what if you look at the wall material? And can I paint the steel? Can I have golden walls? No. Very tragic. Then we can look at the window options. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain how I feel about this. He apparently likes the big X. Hey, I'm working on him. Hey, I'm doing my best here, trying to make a funny shape. I won't call that an X though. More like a weird T. The problem is that the angled walls, with the standard like shapes and so on, don't really want to work together with the normal walls, which are very annoying because then see like the steel walls, as you can see, they just keep on continuing their own pattern in a nice way that makes sense. Whereas these have this sort of internal pattern, and then an angled one had a very different one. So they were sort of very obviously different like components. It's the X Factory. Soon I'm That is most definitely one way to look at it. That's very true. Not much I can do about that Z fighting, I'm afraid. So, the solution is simple. Just don't look at it, and it'll be all A-okay. Well, bugger. So that means this would have to come out that much. The solution is we clip them into each other, but we hide it somewhere here in the middle, and we don't look at it. Never again. Now to the end one into the rest so it doesn't stick out. Yeah. But I'd rather hide the problem piece up in over there. And on this side we'll have a different kind of wall. It's just this side I want it to be sort of more open. But we're just gonna have to live with this. And that will involve Fine. Okay, now where will you meet? In the middle. Fantastic. Funny little diamond shape. And then we'll look at... No, it's under architecture. That's where it was. Ooh, by 4 meter. Well, shitty drainage, but it'll go here and then it'll pour down here. I'll take it. Good old skylight. There we go. It's a weird, funny little house. Rain in the desert. Very true. I mean, you know, it does rain in deserts. It's not dry because there's no rain. It's dry because there's no soil retention. Okay, let's look at these walls and these ramped walls. They go... Okay, for consistency's sake, I'm gonna use the hex windows. I mean, it won't be the same sort of wild pattern as we had on the other side. We can just do the inverted ramp, so... Gets the job done. Yeah, the railing would clip in there in a less than ideal manner. And here we shall look at the architecture frame walls. Oh yeah, so we'll have to do that first, then the frame wall, so we can trick it. And it'll let us do what I'm trying to do here. Heck yeah. Needs catwalk though. Mm-hmm. So we do a catwalk, maybe with a corner here, or... Ooh, no wait, no, we can't connect these, because this thing is based on the road, and the roads are based on just... nothing. This thing is on the actual grid, so we can't really connect these two without some strange clipping magic. What we can do is... we'll play with the concept that this one will remain a sort of height. So you can do one straight. We could do stairs. Yes. Wait, it'll have to be one of these then. There. So I don't want the stair corner to be against the window. So then it'll be stairs. My stairs. There. I can stair well. If nothing else. Another access point, slightly buried in the sand. Pointless stairwell. Wonderful. If you must stare, then stare well. Very true, Buffalopicus. Wise words, my friend, wise words. Now this one, we're just pooping up those things. You are out of outlet again. Filling up with all kind of strange antimatter nonsense. Yeah, you can keep on doing your thing. It's fine. Okay, so the diamonds would be then produced here. And the idea was to turn the diamonds into dark matter crystals and time crystals. Now it is making like 150. We could Can make them all become dark matter crystals here? Or we need the time crystals as well, so this is the main diamond producer. We should at least have some of them being made into time crystals. These are used in making singularity cells and ballistic warp drives, directly synthetic power shards. Very well. Because I'm 30 per second. These were producing 150. So we get a 5 machines. If this one actually then just dedicates itself to pretty much just purely making dark matter crystals. Most of my time crystal needs are being fed by this guy. And they're doing okay. We'll just have to make a separate time crystal machine somewhere else. There's more coal nodes to be found. It's fine. For now. All fine. Already having a bunch is okay. We'll have to bring in the SAM then for the production of the dark matter crystals. No, that's okay, because we're then going to need drones here anyway. So that means we'll have to have a drone that brings in battery from over there, or we actually, because the road is here, so we can hide some battery deliveries from there to here. Also means, okay, so we have to do that now immediately, because we do have a truck stop from which we can go pick up the strange alien matter. You know, it won't be very efficient, but it's kind of better than nothing. and it'll be kind of funny. Come on, butts lines of power. So, then we move our way here. Had to force it a little, but we got it to be straight. Are you in your own way? I think you quite literally was somehow stuck in its own path. Oh well. So then you would be reanimated Sam import. Welcome back, Sharkana. Nice to see you around. Hey there, Joshua. Lots of peeps now. Well done. I don't see this much peeps. Actually, not included. Why? Well, thank you. Hope you're having a good show. Enjoying the show, everyone. Doing my best here. As me, ultimately, aren't we all? I think we can get a awkward belt connection. You see if we connect you here. Perfect. Yep. I'm actually rather sleepy, and I think my mom possibly gave me the wrong anvil for cramps. Oh no! That sounds pretty tricky. So, hope it works out. You know, it's I'll leave you there. Now these are for the salmon. Do we have a good color for this? No. Let me get those then. Press. That's true. You're here to unload. Vehicle path is the Riansam. Pick up 1, followed by the nuke quantum Riansam import. Good luck, friendo. Hey there, Reap. Welcome on in, Raiders. How you doing? So tired from dealing with the cramps and drained all of my energy. I mean, that could be Sharkana. The cramps can be very, debilitating, tiring. Can be very, very difficult, tricky. But hey there, Reaper. How you doing? I've been enjoying the Elder Scrolls here, the Kenzal adventures. Hope you're having a good time, my friend. On that RP server. Now, we did the math. We need 5 of these. Oh man, look at that disco machine. It's discoing around so much. Disco time. Time for that discotheque. Now to say, before I go snoozy, I did manage to make it to the fuel generator milestone in Mark 4 for conveyors. Hey, nice one. Congratulations. The milestones really start meaning something, like they can be like, they give you like so much more content, things to do, things to build. At least until you get to the later ones. I mean, here, yes, of course, they do unlock more stuff, but it's like the fuel generator is one of the, like, the first big one is coal, because, that then you can finally use a node for power. Then becomes fuel because, well, that means, that it just ramps up that power production. And then they do the different belts and trains and trucks and so on are very nice. It's just a shame that the trains are unlocked in the same sort of phase as the trucks. Because the tractor is okay, but it's not that good. And then the truck is an actual improvement where now it makes sense. But in every way, I found that the trains are just superior. So it's one of those like, well, why do you unlock trucks then? I'm just using trucks because, I can. It's kind of easy to just slap them down, as long as everything is still connected correctly, and the AI can drive between the places. And, building a cool road is cool, Now we've got trucks driving around, doing things, delivering their deliveries. Happy going on okay? I'm glad to hear it, Reaper. Very glad to hear it. So, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, I am Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer at times, and an avid enjoyer of automation and, factory kind of games. Having a blast here. This is my 3rd run, technically, of Satisfactory. First one was when it came out into early access many years ago. Second one was when the 1.0 was finally launched. I had a blast. And now with 1.2 and the improvements to the truck system, I decided that, I want to try to build a sort of like more cityscape kind of thing. Originally, I just wanted to see how the trucks work, but then the new main menu has this cool image of like a cyberpunk cityscape, and I took heavy inspiration from that one. And the factory buildings are slowly but surely coming together here. And we are also like just, trying to slowly but surely completing phase 5, so there's that. Follow because I love some good old Skyrim. Like I said, baby roleplay and mainly do comedy stuff. Hey man, that's what it's all about. That's what comedy brings people together. I find. I don't think it's doing its best. Oh, you're finally out of diamonds. Excellent. Now I can just cut you out. Oh no, it's full of all the dark matter residue. Let's just flush it. Vent it into somewhere. We don't worry about these things. At least we try not to. Can undo that thing too. Excellent. In better love comedy, I was greeting people at Clay's temple who just respawned by saying, "Welcome to Sovngarde." No, Clay totally cut it out. Yeah, it's, you know, time and place. Time and place for everything. That's very true. That's pretty funny, though. Yeah, gotta sleep. Make sure the cramps go away. Hey, Sharkana, hope you get some good rest. I hope the cramps ease out. It is, you know. And, yeah. Hope you feel better soon. And the cramping is, you know, unfairness of nature, but seeing as I don't have to deal with them, I'll take it. Yeah, in the sense that, you know, well, I mean, you know, it could be. What the hell am I even saying? It's an unfairness I'll accept because the other way around, then I'd have to have cramps too, and I'd be very sad. Alright. Did we? Yes. Sometimes I too try to make a comedy. Doesn't work out. And all the time, not every time, and mostly never, none of the time. If we're being honest. Ah, wrong button. Thanks. And I have a slight suspicion that I'll be crying a lot today as well. It's not fun. Ooh, yeah, I know. I've known a lot of people who have very, very difficult cramps. It can be very debilitating. So you have my absolute and full sympathy. So I hope it gets better, friend. Ah, right. Keep on forgetting. I should do this. When I need to start getting rid of stuff. Not the mime, but the awesome McSinky. There we go. Suck at comedy and all that. Hey, Praxton makes perfect, man. As long as you have a puppy or kitty distribution system for both 2T and 1T, I'll be alright. Well, that's a good one. Kitties do help. I'm sad AI rated out before going outside because I met the risk I was trying to sacrifice. Oh no! Oh, AI, no. I rated out you before you rated out before going outside. We better soon, and he was also... Neo was, but to be fair, wasn't trying to hide it very well. So 10 people was my plan. Oh no! Well, I just need to remember I'm a dragon and nothing will stop me from having a bad day. That's a good attitude to have. Nothing gonna stop you from doing what the heck you want. That is very true. Alright, so now we cleared up the space a little bit. Let's see about... doing that. Alright, so now we need these guys output to go into 5 particle accelerators. Now the particle accelerator is very, very big bugger. Okay, I'm alert. I'm caffeined up, so I need to work out the balance. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Thank you again for the raid, Reap. I really do appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it very much, and I hope you have a most delightful lurk, my friend. Wish you all the best. And sorry we haven't really gotten the time to make it work just yet, but definitely you need to find the time to play some more games together. One of those things where, you know, life just keeps happening. Thank you for 5 of those in a row would be pretty big. Okay, but what if we put him this way around? And the input belt goes here, feet into there. Outputs come out from here, go that way. The strange magic gas of... I don't know, strange stuff will be coming out from somewhere else. The diamonds we have are being made here. On this one. Which means you'd have to probably want you there at least. Well, if what I know, I'm most definitely going to have an amaretto cherry ice cream today. Good night, hey. Good night, my friend. And that sounds goddamn delicious. An amaretto cherry ice cream. Amaretto ice cream, just by itself, is just one of those things that is, you know, surprisingly delicious. We might have to turn these around so that you go down here. Or... You sticking out from there is actually a-okay. Really is? Mm-hmm. Oh heck yeah, okay. I'm seeing it now. You see we have a giant catwalk. Goes because we can then connect it to the train station that is just Lego blocks currently, but it's good. We'll figure it out when we get there. But we can have a preliminary catwalk like this. Then the belt goes out here, goes down here, like with the in between all these. Yes. Yes, we're getting there. Because we have infinite space here compared to Factorio and the 3 dimensions instead of 2, so that's why it's okay to have all these belts going up and then down again, all these sort of wasted space, wasted movement. Compared to when playing a game like Factorio, where then it's you have to be efficient with the limited space you have. At least that's how I try to play. Then we need to find the frame pillar here. And this is one of the things that I really enjoyed to accidentally discover, that you can then zoop it, then press H again to lock it one more time, so you can then keep nudging with the actual full height of it. So you push that one down. That would look okay there, and actually that looks pretty okay there as well. Now all of it looked pretty pleasantly supported. They're bringing in the fucking Sam now. We have to remove the barriers from the Sam. They're mostly to look neat. Yeah, that's all okay. Now they put some preliminary pre-SAM in there. So it's gonna take a while, but that's okay. Oh, excellent. Gosh darn, there we go. So now the plan is to see if we can have these sort of all face each other. Because you only need enough to have one belt in. You go out and pipe goes in. I think that might be enough. It'll be then 2, 3. For some reason I thought there'd be more, but that's okay. I can use these for my levitation needs as we continue to grow and zoop up these foundations. Gosh darn, there you go, friendo. Oh, yep. That was not the plan. There we go. There's 3. 4. 5. Excellent. And this should, in theory, be enough. Okay, these are actually placed well, so we can actually daisy chain those without having things clip into each other in a less than desirable fashion. Only all making some dark matter crystal. There we go. And adding that copy and paste to like the thumb buttons on your gaming mouse. That was a good move on my part. So the convey her, split her is going from here. We'll leave it there so we can do a quick little let's say right. I don't need to say. I can again, it's funny how he won't turn one way but will the other. How does it work? No one knows. Taking magnets. There we go, friend holes. Come on. You see, we're following the left line of the inner square. Get them all angled just right. Dang, that looks neat. Oh, feels good, man. You know. Now we can't. So how do we get power into here, though? So what if we change out the straight catwalk to one of these intersections, followed by D junction. The catwalk just adds so much life to these random blocks that we're building with. I thoroughly enjoy them. Now this one would they need some kind of support beam. Part of me kind of wants to put in the inner corner, but the inner corner won't. I tell a lie. Yeah, there, Officer Doug Eiffel. Nice. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. What if we look at the Sweden 60s cross beams, one of my favorite beams right now. So you'd actually go from that corner pretty perfectly all the way here. Yeah, that block thing just, well, that we'll make that pretty later once we start going to be able to build something that's going to actually make use of those things. Right now we just made the dark matter crystal machine here. Getting caught up by slightly less important details once again, but hey, that's how it goes. When you're living without toes. Hey there, Carpet Thighs. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. Now Box is saying, it's nice to see you finally getting a following of more than that 2 people deserved. Thank you. Hi, Boxy. There's a few people here on the Twitch side usually, but it's neat to see that also, you know, you lovely, wonderful people on the YouTube side are enjoying the ride as well. I do appreciate it. Now here we know that we don't need to go further this side for this particular project, but I was thinking that we could do a frame wall fun times. You see, we zoop that there. And there. Aha, there we go, friendos. It's getting there. They're all important, they're fair too. That was my power plant, but I haven't started it yet because I'm still decorating and they're so loud. I 100% understand you. Yeah, I turned on my turbo power plant before I added the catwalks, and I did 100% regret that decision. Similarly, I don't want to turn these on before I have everything plugged in because, same reason, those are loud as heck. Hecking particle accelerators. Accelerating my ears out of my body. Man, I like these. We'll see if I don't realize it earlier. Sweet, beautiful frame wall. See? Suddenly it looks like properly supported concrete, not this just vague. Okay, now we're doing this here. Okay. Well, good thing I looked, because it's time to change the material on the floor to this stuff. There you go. And this is just a little time crystal depot thing that'll just be left there for now. No idea really how these are all going to be connected, but for now we could just actually put in some more modern ratings. You know, safety first and all that. You turn down the individual machine types, you know, in 1.2. Yeah. Oh, I should try to remember that. But the thing is also, because I like them loud, but just not when I'm like standing right next to them and I'm like trying to figure out my building. Otherwise, I like the, you know, I like the feeling of power you get from a whole bunch of freaking fuel generators running, and the particle accelerators. You can make it amazing. Yeah, and found it, thanks. Hey, nice. Love it when chat helps each other. Okay, now we have 5 of these, which means we need 5 times 150 dark matter residue, which means... Was that 750? So 700... Oh, just, there we go. So 5 times that. So now we have a thingy full of same, which might or might not be able to maintain this. I'm guessing it probably won't. But it should be at least enough to maintain a sort of supplementary amount of it, right? Because we'll use these in the beginning, but then because we're going to start making other stuff around here as well, that actually make use of the dark matter crystals, because that's what we brought those things. That means that we will... Some of those are dark matter residue as an output. So then we have to prioritize those outputs and then use these purely as a sort of a, yeah, like a supplementary force. The 1 or 2 that are badly balanced, being able to turn them down is a godsend. Yeah. Sorry. I also believe that there is I heard, like, Tim the Sorcerer mentioned that the audio for the, I do believe, yeah, the fuel generator is tied to your, like, line of sight to, like, the core of the model. So he clipped in like a bunch of walls inside a turbo generator, so that technically he can't sort of see it. So it was much more quiet. And I found that a funny idea. Seems a good dude, and if anyone knows Satisfactory to be him, yeah. He's quite the wizard, that sorcerer. And I think, yeah, might as well then, yeah, we'll bring have a sort of flow of resource. Yeah, coal goes here, becomes diamond, goes here, becomes dark matter crystal, and they flow to that end, and then we'll do stuff over there, I think, yeah. Yep. Glad you agree, chat. Glad you agree. left side touches. There we go. And what the heck happened there? Alright, it's just a graphical... another graphical funny. There's a lot of graphical funnies happening because, you know, building excessively and not having the most robust machine. Getting there, though. Now... oh, I keep on forgetting. Now, to make dark matter residue... straight from Sam, 15 to 100. We need 750 to run all of that. So... there wouldn't be that many machines. Because one of the reasons was to work for the superposition oscillators, so we'd be done with that one. Then we need some for the synthetic power shards. Wait. This one takes quartz, which we're also bringing in for the pink diamonds. And part of those diamonds could be spun out for make some time crystals. We can't really change the output of the diamond production unless we throw in a sloop. Right now we're 100% using all of the coal, and that is 100% all being used here to make the dark matter crystals. But a tiny part of that could be put into a machine to make some synthetic power shards. So I don't know, do these have a good sink price? Radiates a strange power. Alright. Oh, sorry. I had them on 4 floors, but there's 10 per floor, and I'm working on walls and windows. Having them on volume 10 works because I also want to see if it works 100%. Yeah, makes sense. And we do the converter. And they want just pretty much the same from there, so that could be belted above, then along, then up. Ooh, yeah. See, we can do some funny business here, can't we? See if we do these. So we put them straight on one. Now there's enough space to move around, and all should be well. And we assume we do 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do a theoretical 5. Then we can do some funny things like with this one. I have so many of these conveyor lifts grabbing from above. We could have them grabbing from below just as easily, and that makes the whole this bit slightly easier. If we go here, we'd ask you to make some dark matter residue. Copy. Paste.
Hello, Mr. Son of Hanu. You can't see me, I'm lurking. Happy Wednesday to you.
Thank you, Oshag. Or whoever that was, this strange lurking beast in the dark. Hope you have a wonderful Wednesday as well, my friend. Nice to see you. Hey there, non-streams. Once more, hope you're having a good one. Now here we see a small height change. You coming out at the same spot as that is actually pretty okay, because then we can instead See, you'd come out that way, you'd come out straight. That would look pretty okay. And I'm pretty sure that's a height we can reach. Yeah, so it's either half in the air there. Okay, so that would be the best spot, I think. So now we know our target goal is around this height. See, the sound comes in here, goes close to the wall to get the support, sneaks out a little. Maybe it'll be better to do it this way around. Yeah. There we go. So where do you get power? There you go. There you go. Now they're powered. And with 5 of these making 500. Add another 150. And that's 650. And that's 750. Alright. And for the gas, we'd have you guys outputs go this way. And then they do a turn and they go above this. Yes. Yes. There we go. Because we find under here, of course, the logistics and the stackable pipeline, allowing for a with that. Compared to this one, and the name of symmetry, I think that'll be better. See, it's after the output and in the middle of that square. There we go. And there we go. Now this way we'll have at least one place to, get them. And that was 750, and I just now in my hubris realized that's more than 600. So we can't have all of these. The thing lurking in the dark is either me or my dog. They doggos do like their lurkies, that is very true though. Staring at you lovingly, meaning menacingly. The stairs. No explanation. Ah. You'll have to move there. Well, I can. Well, I'll just have to live with that. Okay, I think I'm figuring this one out. Why do you sometimes you show it, but you won't want to then actually do the... Okay. Well, that's one way to do it, I guess. That pleases me more. Okay, there we go. Oh, getting stuck on these, frankly, kind of pointless details. But hey, that's what we do around here. When Captain was there, the message was clear. Lunchtime. One way or the other. That sounds like a very cat-like thing to do, eh? Where's dogs? They'll just stare at you. Menacingly. Lovingly. And confusingly. And you're like, I don't know what you want, dog. What do you want? You know what? Ultimately, acceptable. Just what the she thought was all sinew and muscle, but just the house can't budge. I gotta take her down 2 or 3. Down. Yeah, 2 out of 3. That's a proper cat-like behavior. Now this one is 250. Well, that's 450. 550. And then this would go beyond. So we need to do a 5 from here. To there. And then I realized, yes, there was another way. You see, we linked this one, not in that strange godless squiggle. There we go. And the final. So they're all pumped up, full of dark matter. These guys are pumping up their dark matter. These will probably run out soon, but that's fine. If anything, I was considering putting down one more of those. Like a liquid buffer here. But ultimately, nah, it's fine. So once we connect the diamonds, then these will start aggressively rolling, producing 150 units of dark matter crystal per minute. Then the question is, well, what do we do with all that sweet, delicious dark matter crystal? And I don't know. One thing we do need is singularity cells. That needs 1 nuclear pasta per minute to make 10. So we need a nuclear pasta machine. There's iron plates and concrete. Well, we got concrete and iron plates. Iron plates we can get by a drone. Concrete we can get by a train. Frankly, I believe there's... We can always have more concrete. The nuclear pasta, well, we have a whole bunch in like just storage. So let's make a nuclear pasta factory here next to us. Now would probably be the way to go. Because yeah, everything else we got, now we have a machine that makes crazy amounts of those. Now we need the singularity cells for various purposes. And for the phase 5 stuff is completely done. And 100 copper powder per minute, half, and then pressure conversion cubes 1 to 1. Okay. So it'll be 1 pressure conversion cube machine feeds into 2 nuclear pasta machines feeding into 1 singularity cell machine. So it's, yeah, 1 to 1. Well, let's say we want, more. Say we want 2 per minute. We need 4 nuclear pasta mini machines, we would need 8 4 machines. And there's 2 to make these. And just insane amounts of copper ingots. So I think we'll need a copper powder factory somewhere with copper node and water, and we'll just make crazy amounts of those, and we'll have a drone connection. So effectively, we need, just for like 4 of these, we'll need 400 per minute, which would be 8 machines, which would be 2,400 copper ingots. Doable, I think. Now, if we look at the copper ingot recipes here, 6 to 15, 9 to 22. So the leech copper ingot would be the best one. We don't have that one unlocked currently. Just need to then make sulfuric acid and then the ingot. This one's more resource effective. 6 becomes 15, so that's slightly more than doubled. Now time would be 18. Pen and paper here. Now the leech copper ingots have the own benefit of speed, if nothing else. It's 45 per minute into 110 per minute. So 3 of those would feed 1. Ooh, okay. It's gonna be quite the factory, no matter what. And to do that, we need to do some math. So we would do 15 divided by 6. So it's a 2.5 improvement. 2 divided by 9. Oh, so the pure ingot is better. Well, like ingot per thing, but it's just... Well... You need a massive freaking factory to deal with it. But we do have copper ore being sent into trains, and we can just ramp up the mining speed, and then we need a... Map markers, crash. Oh, this one, right, yeah. There's a super position oscillator there to be grabbed. They say hard drive. There, show us them resources. We have impure, 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 and normal. All of those being sent into a train. That's okay. So then we'd want like a pure or normal copper node. Well, we got the water here, so we're gonna have to do some sneaky belting. No, there's a pure deuterium node there. Neat. Thinking, see if we can build even more copper into a copper production facility with access to water. Then we can use that. Or should we mine all that? Put in a train similar to here. Yeah, I think actually delivering the ore to the factory is better than delivering ingots to another factory, because the ore takes less space than the ingots we'll be making from them using the pure recipe. So that will help us in that process. I want these to be made because we want the Ficsonium. Right. The batteries are being delivered here. Your output will then be... was currently sort of being shipped there. But what if we then... ripped all that apart. Slap down a drone porter too. This would then be, I don't know, belted back and into there. And your batteries would be fed through from below. Nah, from the side. There you go. With the frame foundations. And those. And the batteries could come in through here. So let's see, they come in. Okay, I think we can make this work. So that comes down here. There we go. Now they got battery. And dark matter crystal export. We chain that the big C. There we can go, my friends. Wonderful. And then wham. That. And that. And under walls we find not a window, but a gate hole wall. Change material to concrete. Voila. Nice. And nice. Kind of feel like adding one of those there just because. Heckin' grand. Heckin' and the grand. Now you're an export station, so you don't need to worry about having a drone. There we go. Now we got drone exports of the dark matter crystals. It's time to turn them on. Oh yeah. Loud as heck. But it heckin' works. So that's good. So that is one part of the equation done. Many more left to go. So, if nothing else, at least we can put some nuclear pulse in just the box and have a bunch of those singularity thingies be made there. Well, you know, through that. Now we needed you for making quick. Sounds a bit like my German washing machine. Oh no! Accelerates those dirt particles right out of there, into the realm of the dark dimension. Jawohl. And that's what I call German engineering. When that thing gets spinning, time and space bend. Oh. Sounds pretty cool. How the hell do I get down on streams? Now let's get these running for a little while. Well, it's stealing a bunch of motors, putting them in a box, and then bravely running away. There. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did the math. We are making 6, I believe, fuse more. So if we have 4 modular fuse frames of excess, which we could belt into the road and sneakily bring over here. That one is bringing now plastic and rubber, and if we add a drone that brings in Ficsonium, we can then make the most of the components necessary for the magic cube. Hey, who are you? There's something wrong with the aluminum production, I wonder. It shouldn't be. Oh well. Quickly dodge the train. They're making those nuclear pastas for the singularity thing is gonna take for heckin' ever. Which is why I'm glad I can skip a part of that. At least for now. Because this thing has been just running slowly but surely. meaning we have a few sort of ready to go. Yoink. Now, what else did we need? Just iron plates and concrete. Should be simple enough. Dark matter crystals. We import, and mostly we need these. Okay, sure, fine. We need them for the actual freaking project parts as well. But I want them for the Ficsonium. Oh, that's a hungry beast. And for that, we're just gonna import the SAM. It's right next to the place. It'll be fine. There you go. And there you go. This one can keep on doubling the production. There's hundreds. And these guys are just, slowly but surely getting there. Now the good thing is that with the silly amount of objects we have here in our pockets, we probably won't actually need any more nuclear pods to be delivered to where we're headed. Which I'll just take as meaning that we can, take our time with that one. And that's okay. Hey, there's Mitchell. How we doing? Boop. Boop you. Boop you right back. A nice tube. I'm glad you like it. We're heading over to our nuclear power facilities, the radiant fields themselves, and build a little Ficsonium facility. I really like these. The fact that there's the junctions nowadays. Very nice. I'm glad you like it. There's a train station bringing in stuff. One of your wagons is forever empty. That's okay. Got drones coming in, and soon there'll be even more drones. What does it look like here? Oh. Well, that can't be right. Why is your waist full? Your output is full. Well, that would explain it. We ran out of silica. Whoops. Oh, well, they'll get there. Nothing's fixed. But can't unload. That's okay. Oh, well, the plutonium is gone. And the plutonium waste is still being produced, so that's fine. Oh, no fuel. Oh, our capacity is gone down to 35. Consumption now is 26. So we built all the fancy new machines, but now we can't really power it all anymore. There we go, slowly but surely they're turning on. They're getting there, they're getting there. Yeah, it's not even a question of they're not having enough fuel, but it's the freaking waste. Cup of coffee in this game is hilarious. I know, right? I love it. Freaking multi-dimensional strange coffee cup. No matter how way twisted her, and the coffee always stays in the cup, and it's always steaming hot. It reminds me of the webcomic Romantically Apocalyptic, with like Alexei Visselius, I think his name was, or their name was, who had this one character called a Z Captain, who always had a mug of tea. It was always scalding hot, and he never ran out. And yeah, and I'm guessing this would be a similar sort of eldritch like sci-fi artifact. I mean, from the very beginning, the game, you know, Ada tells us that our inventory is in fact a little pocket dimension of its own. So I can only assume that there is a giant coffee machine somewhere, or that maintains a pocket dimension of coffee, and always the correct temperature. And that's why it also never spills out, because technically inside the cup, it's always, you know, facing upward. The cup, from the liquid's point of view, it is never tilted. Sometimes jostled a little, and that's about it. That is my, what they say, headcanon. Do I have... Yeah, we're kinda messed on that front. So all I can do... put in the sloops and the slugs. And desperately hope for more shards. Oh well. We'll get more shards, double the shards that way. And that way the non-fissile stuff, you know, processing can at least be sped up for a while again. So now we got 5, we need a few more. Well, that'll take us there. So I'm hoping to then maybe... Right. Yeah, we need a machine for making the synthetic ones. That was... Wait, what did we need to make those ones? Right, we could have made those at the dark matter facility. Well, we'll have to go back, I guess. So that is full blast, full blast. Wait, does this one have a name somewhere, by the way? Maybe somewhere here? Like the constructor has the name Ice Stamp. Maybe on the back. Oh! Oh, see, okay, see, that's funny. They actually did get it sort of correctly. See, the nuclear stuff is here. Gets all shiny and stuff. Heats up the water. There's a sort of excess steam. And here we see the pipes. You see, then the hot steam comes out from there, goes down in here, goes through the turbine that actually makes the electricity, and then leaves. And that is exactly what our power lines are connected to. Pretty neat. But alas, I cannot see the machine name. Oh well. Now, because those two are in a, those three are in a closed loop, so we can add some stuff anywhere. Realistic. I know. Well, I mean, they obviously did their research. You know, they cared about what they did. You know, it is honestly, you know, very annoying in my opinion when it's in so much like sci-fi and pop culture. The nuclear power of this just strange magic. Their power is made when it's all about making steam so you can spin the turbine. Same as hydropower, same as wind power, same as everything that is not solar power. Or photovoltaic cells, put it that way, which is also the solar power, but also then the what's it, the RTG, the sort of like radioactive ice power generator. When they got the batteries, all that's going to be back to work. Now they all got boosted, which means you also need to get boosted so you can process, because you should be now getting, in theory, 250% of the input. So there now you'll be able to process that one, and that's a-okay. See, we have a buffer. But now the waste is being depleted, which means now these are all running again. Because they've all got all the fuel they could ever need. Yeah, capacity jumped up to 61 again. The plutonium stuff ran out, understandably. Alright. So what did we... Who makes the Ficsonium? It is a particle accelerator, of course it is. That we just need... Right. That wasn't the tricky part. Let's see, we have the waste. That comes out of a different machine. Easy as pie. So, and we guess we're producing technically 10 plutonium waste per minute. Seems we have 4 of them and they all produce... You know, their secrets they'll never tell, apparently. But I'm pretty sure it was... I did the math, it's 10. Right, yeah. Let's say it's 10. We'll run off of that assumption. Which means that for making our Ficsonium, we will then need 10 singularity cells a minute. And in order to produce that, well, we go through 1 nuclear pasta a minute, and I think we had hundreds. So we have hundreds of minutes of nuclear pasta ready to go. So now we just need an importer for the dark matter crystal, because concrete, it was there already earlier. And as well as the iron plate. Then again, we can just give it its own importers, and it'll be slightly easier that way. Next, I kind of want to just continue the row of nuclear reactors that way. And their... water pumps that way. Let's see how far we can... Oh, wrong buttons. There should be some space left before the map gets angry and kills us for existing. And once it's done, we'll just, I don't know, do a turn. Which means you from here would go... There, not little theoretical delivery, which means the Ficsonium factory would be here. Which means the singularity cells for this project would be made here. Wait. Singularity, exactly. Singularity cell. I need a single manufacturer for this, though. Yes, I might have overreacted for the amount of space we need, and then one singular Ficsonium, and then one manufacturer, one particle accelerator, and 2 converters. And then we need an import of SAM, iron plate, and dark matter crystal.
Walk into town, bought some food, snacks, and alcohol, got a Aussie red wine, which tastes 10 out of 10, and for
Nice.
beer, I got 10 bottles of Carhu.
Hey, nice. Carro being a Finnish beer. Carro being Finnish for bear. Yeah, that sounds nice. I also have a penchant for enjoying some nice, tasty Australian wines. Not sure how they do it, but the wines are just tasty. So we needed multiple imports, and we're just gonna continue with this, with the importers like in a row this way. So that way we can have the battery import or inputs also working. So we then look at the transport and the drone port, and the drone port would go in the... There, come on. Saw you. 1 iron plate, dark matter crystal, SAM. Because we're bringing the concrete all the way here, so snagging some from here is easy enough. We'll bring it on over, and then we do the concrete related things here. And these buggers. Okay. So here's a question. Can I do a... One, 2, 3 splitter. There. And they will get batteried out. And you will be radiant fields. Iron plate import 2. This port connects to iron plate export, color is unpainted. And you are Radiant Fields, Dark Crystal Import. Hey there, Knapzor. Hope you're doing well. Hello there, Hanus Mechanicus. Hope you're doing well, my friend. How was the rest of your stream, my friend? Good old adventures in those forever skies. And then this connects to I know. Seems appropriate. That looks like a fun game. Forever Skies, that is. I haven't tried it myself. So do you do Radiant Fields, reanimated Sam imports? There is no exporter yet. For Rian Sam, we can do those. Which means we're going to need heck. One more, but we're not going to build them yet. Well, we found the custom difficulty settings after a bit of time. We made some progress. But also realized that whatever the several improvements for co-op were, they weren't the ones we hoped for. Ah, tragic. Yeah, I've heard Selfie. I mentioned that more than once. And it is very unfortunate, yeah, when there's, here's the patch notes, here's the updates, and there's no actual details. It's just like, hey, we improved things. What did you do? Things, trust me. But what did you do? Trust me, bro. Just, there were improvements, okay? They were done. Now shut up and give me your money. There we go. And okay, with this we can at least start slap up the manufacturer for the Singularity cell itself. And I feel like sure, we'll just put it here, I guess. So you and you, and all the magical things in my pocket. There we go. Well, I'm glad there were at least some things. There might have been actual improvements. There we go. No, I don't want to grab it from there. So if we do this, I'll put a couple of stacks into my my secret dimensional mega pocket. And now them singularity cells. You know what? Let's double the output. Why not? Just because I heckin' can. Alright. And now... There you go. There you go. So that'll just keep on running for a while, and that will turn. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 500. So that's over 1,000 now. Double. So over 2,000 singularity cells on the way with these. So that's neat. That's good. Now we just need the reanimated SAM itself. Ah. Right, good. So we don't need quite as much as I thought. See, this one machine will consume all of these things output. And it should consume all of our plutonium waste output. And produce 10 Ficsonium per minute. And now we'll go into 2 quantum encoders. The excited photonic matter will be doing by also converters. Electromagnetic control rods are being produced on site. Fixite trigons. Okay, we need to add 2 more drone port, not the one. One for... Okay, one potentially for the nuclear pasta. So let's just add 1, and that brings in the Fixite ingots, so they make the trigons on site. We need 100 per minute of those. We need 10 per minute of these, and I do believe we made the math that we're still going to be left with an excess of EM control rods. You produce that from 10 into 30 per minute. Easy as pie. So 4 machines, one of them underclocked. And EM control rods from over what we got. And 50 per minute of the excited photonic matter. And one of those machines makes 200. So we just one of them and aggressively underclocked. Heck yeah. You are radiant fields and the Fixite import. There we go. Then we check out this port. Destination is Fixite export. There you go. So now that's on the way. I could have you making 50 per minute just because. Just why not? No, neat enough. Now, I do believe it was a... yeah, one singular particle accelerator. Another Dragon Garland. Got pocket nuggets of uranium again. Nope, nothing radioactive on me. It's just, you know, there's a lot of radiation with the plutonium power plants and so on. Slowly but surely. This one is steaming. Is it actually burning fuel? It is burning fuel. So we're doing the uranium burners, then the plutonium burners, and now we're gonna try to make some Ficsonium. There we go. And you make Ficsonium. So plutonium waste, singularity cells, and dark matter residue. So the singularity cells are coming in from there. The plutonium waste. From there. And Fix being delivered. This one will be delivering reanimated SAM, which we can then do that. Gosh darn you bastard. There we go. As a sort of a preemptive practice run. Tuna burrito yummy. Ah, dude, that does sound pretty tasty. I gotta admit, it does. And yeah, you are now already massively overproducing, but that's okay. We'll release your shards, but we'll leave the output multiplier here because I don't. This now has enough. There's like 1,000 of these. Wait, no. There's 500. More than 500 nuclear pulses here. One makes 10. So that'd be 5,000. We're doubling that. There's 10,000 singularity cells here being made. With that. So we might not need to import any more pasta during this run. Just guessing. I shall go do some of the post-stream breaking, yeah? Have a little rest, yes. Ta-ta for now. Well, thank you for coming by, Knapstar. Always appreciate it. Always lovely to hear from you. And we'll see if we can get a time for some logistical shenanigans as a team this weekend. It would be fun. Now you need still the dark matter residue. Which one need the SAM. Technically, we could also bring it over by truck, but it would just be so heckin' slow and pointless, so let's not even play around with that one. Which is why we have to make this here SAM node to the south of here. Now, we could belt it in, but I don't wanna. We're gonna have to do this and do an export node for drones. If for no other reason, not simply because other places need it to. So then you will be outputting things. They can go down and snake around, and go here. So we'll then need a production of a converter. And one converter should be everything we need. Of course, it would probably help if we'd actually be facing the correct way. Good thing I checked. There we go. Now, if I build you here, you can fit that belt through there. There we go. 100 per minute, and you reanimate is 50 per minute. There. Now we can let this bugger get filled with, slowly but surely, the dark matter residue. Now it needs 200 per minute, that thing is producing 100 per minute, so not quite exact. This is a scrap mechanic, my god, that's how you're right. Other has, hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. So that will then be producing our Ficsoniums. Oh, that sweet plutonium waste going in there. And then we need 2, I believe, of these quantum encoders. Alright, to make the Ficsonium Fuely McRoddy. Ficsonium with the roddering. I'm okay. Visited the dentist. Saw a whole dog slowly waddling, then saw a puppy tantruming on a leash. Ooh. Doggo sightings are always fun, this is true. Which one did you identify with more? Old Waddler. Yeah. We ran that day, don't we? Old buddy, old pal. And then the excited photonic matter. Well, we'll need only 100 of that stuff. So if we look at the logistics, I think we find good old stackable McPipey Linies. Let's try it again. Oh, and... There, a valve, so you don't bump shit into here, because these guys are supposed to bump shit out into here. And I'm trying to redesign my rump mining machine in Scrap Mechanic to not bounce back every time I drill. Ooh. Yeah, I gotta say, like, I mean, I like the little crazy little vehicle design stuff in that game. It looked pretty fun. I really would be love to give that game a go at some point. And look at all that sweet Ficsoniums in there. And you want the super extremely excited photonic matter. The good thing is that is just converter. Doesn't need much. Quasi-morph in a couple of days. Ooh. Wait, you're gonna do a sort of multi-stream? Be quasi-morphing together? Isn't quasi-morph the sort of like roguelike extractor game where, you know, there's a sent on a planet and you might or might not get horribly mutated, which might or might not be exactly what you want? Go God, the fires. Every death in that game was to fire. Well, maybe we'll have to change the cassette then to the soothing tunes of the Worst of Goats Simulator. Max out the volume, of course. You know, I think the Ficsonium is a funny thing because it looks exactly... I mean, it probably is, because that is obviously the IKEA lamp. I've known people who had that. I wanted it when I was younger. But I recognize that IKEA lamp. Considering, you know, Coffee Stain Studios is a Swedish company publishing this one, I wouldn't be surprised that it is a random IKEA joke. Then you want the EM control rods and 40 Fixite trigons, and that was made by 4 manufacturers. Oh, so those will go here. Per and effect. We look at the production, and here we find constructor and find a decent spot. Make trigons, you make 30 per minute. One of these ones, 100. We need 200, so... And then 6.667. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey there, Red Fogel. Hope you're doing well. Gotta pull in them belts. There you go. Building technique has changed so much. You started safe. Now you're like one of those precision high-speed robots. You know, that's how it goes. Practice makes perfect. And always at the beginning of a run, you know, you're not really sure what you like, what you more open for experimentation. But the further, you know, you get in your say, the more you start, you know, start realizing, accepting, like, what exactly is it that you actually want and what you like. Alright, the triangulators are triangling. Now we just need to bring in the EM rods, which are... sorry about that. A little loud. Oh, sorry, doing their best. So there should be EM rods coming into here as well, yeah? Alright? Yeah. Ah, there they are. I kind of like that. That looks fun. Sure looks like properly supported and everything. So then the question remains, how do we then bring that down here, and where exactly is down here in this context? And I think we're gonna see about making use of that beam there. Did a goat make this music? Most likely, yes. Hence why the music is, as they say, goated. And in case Goat didn't make this music, well, then we'll just have to accuse Puffy Stain of being horrible, horrible liars. And for being goat oppressors. Denying them their God-given right to go to music. Come on. 1, 2. 100 per minute. Whoop. And these were consuming 50, so 100 per minute. Producing 50 to 100 per minute. This one is producing, in theory, 100 per minute. And then this one's consuming 200 per minute, so yeah. So now we just need the reanimated SAM export station to start working properly. But in the meantime, these guys are working hard. Or they're making them Ficsonium-y fuel roddies. Let's see. Hacking perfect music for insane in the membrane. Fantastical musical powers. The nuclear prowess. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There.
Vad ska han nu äta ikväll?
Vad ska han nu äta ikväll? I don't know. I haven't really decided what I'm gonna eat today yet. And oh wait, no, yes I do. I did decide. I forgot. There's already I got some ground beef, frozen ground beef melting. And I'm gonna mix it up with this sort of like Mexican stew, pre-made stuff, and make sort of like really cheap-ass burritos. It's gonna be delicious. Because I am poor, and I'm tired, and I don't have the energy to cook anything too complex. And I needed to get rid of the frozen beef, ground beef anyway. Oh, see, nice. Say, nice. Time to pull out the only phrase I know. Which oh no. The emote is perfect. Oh, for those few Swedish speakers who know what he's meaning, he's talking about. Oof. Oh. Finska rycket. Ja. Perkele. Alltså jag är finlandssvensk, jag spelar svenska och finska. But not Has. Has ain't no Finn Swede, he's a straight up Finn, and all he knows is something extremely inappropriate. Merger, that's the one. Many years of Swedish classes condensed. Yeah. Well, then again, isn't that just the fate of most everyone? Learning a new language. Alright, so how many of these do I need? Here, have some Ficsonium fuel rods. See, 0 waste. At a maximum power, you burn 2.5 a minute. You produce... Oh, well, that's perfect then. I was worried about the radiant fields becoming a bit too, just large. Okay, but excellent. So it's just two nuclear power plants here. Red licorice? Mmm. Snöre. Being Swedish for, like, rope or, like, piece of string. You would not believe it, but that phrase got me into detention with the boys. I would 100% believe you got into detention for that phrase. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Yes. There we go. Look at all them Ficsonium rods. You can just throw it out here. Burn through 2.5 of them per minute. These are producing 2.5 per minute. Because throwing all your shards in a power producer is just, saves space. There's no cost here, as far as I know. Just makes them work faster. Whereas these, consume energy. Now these produce energy. Goes through that shit 2.5 times faster. Oh, so there will be 1 per minute. Yeah, so these would then feed into 5. Now the plutoniums still don't have any fuel. Now see, because this guy stole them all. I'm starting to think maybe I should want to balance these out a bit better. You see, we have 4 of them. So if the input would actually come here, and in here the middle be then split 2 ways, and that we split between those 2 and those 2. They'd burn through them a little more evenly. The uranium ones are being just, well, they were like backed up for a while, so they are just working perfectly as is. No need to worry about those, friendos. The fixed side is going into machine with 2. These are consuming 0.25 per minute. And producing 2.5 per minute. Yeah, so that'll be 10 plutonium waste per minute, right? With 4 of these. And they're consuming 1 plutonium fuel rod per minute. And these will be producing 0.5 and 0.5, so 1 per minute. Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of a tiny little restructuring here. There goes bacon splitter. Well, even if the plutonium takes a while to start running again, we have a whole bunch of plutonium waste, so more than 1,500. And that is being consumed. That's 10 per minute to make 10 per minute. To make 5 per minute on the fuel rods. No, we just need the reanimated SAM exports to start running, and we are A-OK. This one is just slowly but surely making insane amounts of the singularity cells for this particular project, but we can always come here and I don't know, nab a few or 4 and put them in our pockets. Honestly, that's mildly annoying, and I've realized there's a better way. And it's called the priority merger. So now the middle one has the highest priority. Now if I throw Sam in here, you see this one will be delivered first. And only if there's nothing to grab from here, then will it grab from here. Just for the whole manual insertion part. Makes that a little easier, then this one can keep running. And these keep running. And yeah. We did it. We gosh darned it. Well, we need some more catwalks, but other than that, we done it. Beat the game. No, we beat the nuclear puzzle. Ficsonium is the last piece. Okay, we haven't like fully defeated the thing just yet. I mean, we'll need the actually just means the plutonium production is somehow a little slow still. Okay, these numbers are growing. Let's double that output for a tiny little while. So, while we were hanging out, these guys consumed all the excess waste that was here, which is good. So these are all producing now 100 units of uranium waste, turned into here to 75, here into the 100 non-fissile, and they left the remaining 25 will be then being here to be turned into uranium waste, and the plutonium pellets. And there's enough here to have that buffer running. Not this one just yet. Oh, that's okay. And you are upset because you're lacking water again. Oh, I should have put the sloops inside one of these. Put more pressure on this side. There we go. And the silica is all being used. Yes, we're actually straight up overproducing it. We should in fact get rid of this one. A small buffer is fine. And how much silica are we actually using though? And that is one of these important questions of. And he's checking out. We are using a grand total of 50. I think we're producing a little bit more than just 50. Yeah. See, these three produce. I mean, 2 of these would be more than enough. That's a sort of neat division, though. Welcome on in, Raiders. How you doing there? Hey there, Kitrus. What have you been up to? Satisfactory as well. It is a lovely game now, isn't it? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you, my friend, have a most delightful and wonderful day. We are listening to the worst of Goat Simulator and finishing up the horror known as my nuclear setup. We got it all done. Speed running 80% the game. Not a good run today. Ooh. That always feels fun to me, like when the sort of wild, because I more like focus on the architecture, building stuff. In fact, let me now change up. So now I think we've been goating quite enough. Let's listen to me and my golf cart for a wee bit. 6,045 world record. Trying to improve it. Oh, diggity dog. Nice. Well done. That's crazy. I got like 200 hours on this thing, and I'm like just refusing to make too much progress. I'm just happy that I got the full setup here of my nuclears. Let's see, uranium to plutonium, then 2 last ones are the Ficsonium. You know, I didn't want to fixate, but... Okay, it's almost done though. Because I'd be more like focused on trying to build roads and trying to get the truck system to work. Train networks, that kind of stuff. But a world record, man. Speed running a automation game. I mean, similar to I've been watching people who like speedrun Factorio. Looks wild to me. Never went into plutonium. Yeah, I went from uranium to plutonium all the way to the final one, which is Ficsonium, which then has no waste product. So then it's the full loop and with just pure power, no waste. You can reuse some of the techniques I use. Hey, maybe. Could have a look-see at some point. But I got no rush in anything. Okay, these guys are all kind of working. And that's just my giant wall of rubber production. You got your safety guard railings everywhere. A lot of nonsense being synced. Yeah. Now we need to bring this road closer to there. Yeah, but imagine, yeah, the building it then going for a like world record, and these would be pretty crazy. Good luck, see ya. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Kitrus. Thank you again for the raid. And of course, hey, sorry, welcome in raiders. Hi and hello, those who don't know me. Hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer at times, and just a grand old enjoyer of all kinds of like factory and automation games, colony sims, survival crafters, what have you. And yeah, take care of yourself, friendo. Streaming can take a lot out of you. I hope you have a good one. Take care of yourself and have a lovely rest. Alright, so now we have the road comes here, so we can then using our roundabout here, we could deepen the connection in a way. Here's a power sort of plant, if you will, but it is mostly there just to get rid of the residue from over there. And why not turn it into power? So if we do that, just in case we do decide to add some train, I won't be pulling that pillar further than that, because the train supports and roundabouts fit perfectly with the road blueprint, which honestly wasn't really my intention when I made them. That was more of a very, very, very happy accident. We should hunt down those buggers. There we go. I think we can do a T-crossing bit here, because that's what I usually use to be a sort of like ending. An end cap for the road itself, you know? How would that fit? Let's have a quick look-see here. I can make that work. But yeah, and welcome in raiders. Those who came from a more of a speed running type of Satisfactory stream. This is very different. I then get lost in details. Sometimes the hyperfixation is real. The ADHD tag is there not just for for show. It is a real. It is it is it is a real. It is real. It is a problem. But at the same time, I try to do my best with it. And part of that is just getting lost in the sauce, in the sweet wonders of survival crafting, base building, and building all kinds of nonsense. But Shane, how do you do slopes? With what? With the roads? With the trains? With the trains, it's easier because you do the auto connect, so then your next step is there, and the game engine fills in the blanks pretty much. With roads, I have a blueprint that is a slope. It is not a very good one. Yeah. You mean this one? Yeah, if you want to do a slope here, yeah, I'll just... Okay, first of all, let's just find these spicy rocks and just throw them away. There. So if we look at my blueprints, like for example... Here's one like slope piece I made. So it's just a blueprint. This one is like, a very sharp corner. So if you want to, and if if I could have been bothered to, just try to make it all fit in the same size as these. So if I were, clever, I'd do two more versions of the slope. One is the entrance into the slope, and one is the exit from the slope, and this would be the spaces in between. But then again, the trucks and everything can handle this one easy as pie. But if you want for it to be slightly cooler looking, you'd change from the angle being so sharp. So with the slope goes down a bit, and then it goes flat again, and the same as the exit point. You can delete the spicy rocks, yes. You can as long as it remains as a spicy rock itself, you can delete it. But as soon as you process it into something else, well, then the world of the spice says no. Because fix it might not waste, but hey, you're gonna get wasted. That's how it is, yo. That is simply the name of the game. There we go. Is it just me or are they somehow like super loud? No deleting fuel rods, plutonium waste and such, good to know. Yeah. The fuel rods, yes. You see, that's the thing, like over the nuke side, you see the plutonium waste, for example, you cannot sink. In case plutonium cells, you cannot sink. The plutonium pellet, you cannot sink. But once you get to an actual fuel rod, this one you can sink. Because I guess every single step before that one, before the fuel rod, is an in-between step. And those then the game says no. Because that is the challenge of the nuclear power production flow here. It's making sure that that you won't back up, you have your ratios correct, and everything can and will flow. We'll get it all working. It's good to have your sort of buffer storage cases here and there, just to make sure, like happened with me there previously, where if there is a hiccup, then the part of the system can still flow, and then once you then fix the hiccup, then the latter parts of it can then like keep on running while the whatever was stuck can catch up pretty much. So because I had the plutonium waste stored, then the Ficsonium production can just keep on just running just fine, while we wait for the plutonium production and plutonium waste production to slowly catch up. Because I think it's because the fuel rods themselves are actual fuel. I don't think you can use them in your jetpack, but you can put them inside vehicles. Put my problems into road-capable vehicles and make them run off the map. Noted. That might be one way to do it, that's true. Or like we used to back in the day before Ficsonium, before 1.0, you had your one place where you didn't go anymore. It was filled with just industrial storage containers, and that's where you put your nuclear waste. And then, you never went back there. Because you go there, you die. The radiation was just so insane. Maximum beyond maximum. Fun times. But okay, this road can stay here. We can try to beautify it, but the point is, we mostly want this one here just so we can have the power brought in. And this one is getting fuel from up underneath, and this way we'll then do a little bit of a factory thingy. I think for this one we might be, I don't know, a little cheeky, a little naughty, and just go with an actual, just minor, right on the devil's anus itself. Look at that one. Obviously very sphinctery. The sphincter of Sam ready to go. We can shard it up, getting 1,200 per minute. And if we look at Ream Sam, only one recipe exists, and we do these constructors. So 10 constructors can turn 1,200 strange alien matter into 300 reanimated Sam, and we're gonna feed all of that into drones. Heck yeah. Now this means if we then pull you this way, so maybe if we remove this one, you see sand comes up, we do a sort of factory kind of structure that goes, say, down. Where'd it go? Levitating midair. God dang boombox. Keeps on trying to hide from me. Now this, I'm most certain that we will not, in fact, be bringing a train over here. But the SAM factory should be built, I guess. Yeah. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna change this one. Now it doesn't look like the road's going in there, and these kind of fit together a little better. And thanks to the blueprints being identical enough, that'll all just work out just fine. And we'll build the factory sort of here. Oh god dang it, I had the delete through blueprint mode on. Yeah, so then the 90-degree turn needs still some work. And we can turn this into a truck station and a turn easy enough with what we learned at the Nuke Quantum facility. And as such, we're gonna do this into a zoopening. Now, 10 constructors take, well, around 10 units of space, and a little bit of extra. So we'll need at least this much, depending on how many stories would use. So the new output comes here. We go into 2 levels of producers. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Kind of feel like we could put a truck station here. If nothing else, we're gonna put one here just as a placeholder, just because I think they look neat. There. And we can add another SAM exporter for the trucks, just so we'll have a reason to bring a truck all the way here. Because, you know, once everything's done, we might just add some more trucks just for the hell of it. But okay, let's have a slight thinky here. Now this would be a sort of like beautiful little oasis for the Sam Anus. Makes sense to me at least. And then we have that bring a belt out here, and then the belt goes in from here. or it comes in from here. Now, if we look at our options and we'd say put a gate hold wall there, number 5 here gives us one of these. Now I want to connect you, and I think this would be all right. Alright, I'm okay with that. Okay, so then from here we look at our other wall options. We could put a... Maybe, but not now, not here. This one gets... Nope, you get a... We'll just... Some basic walls. And some industrial railings. Now, I haven't used those, but I feel like I should. And I'm pretty sure that is exactly the piece they used in the main menu to be the entrance to the tunnel they had. You see one of these, and you switch it to always open. And I really should be using these more often. Well, better late than never, I suppose. Better late than never. Realize the sort of quote-unquote obviousness. And then we check out our production options. So constructors, we need 10 of these. For that, I think, yeah, we're going to do it in 2 levels of 5. So we have some height here. Three, 4, 5. And you're all just making reanimate the same, that's it. Freaking A, and then we check out our sweet, delicious one for splitters here. Now we can't divide 10 into 3, no matter what we do. So now you split it 50-50. Which means what we actually need is one splitter here. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. There we go. There we go. So that'd be one set. Almost done. Then we want to check out our walls and our window options, because I think it may be reinforced windows. No. We had the other option there, didn't we? The angled frame windows. And then we check out the under architecture, the glass frame foundation. Excellent. Then that way they don't block the window. Okay, excellent. Now that's why I wanted the reinforced ones. And for this one, we take out the materials, and I think we do a rip metal one. There's some mild clipping there, but I'm not sure if I care. Kinda works. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all wrong. Because they weren't exact. Hate when that happens. There we go. Sweet. And then we get these guys all nice and powered like. There we go. There we go. That 20 squiggle is a-okay because it fills up the space nicely. And then the outputs. Ooh. Let's try something slightly different. I mean, we'd try if I'd actually hit the thing. There we get rid of you, compare and put in these frame floors instead. See, now these come down and they combine here and they all go out here. I'm very okay with this. That means it is time to slap down and frame the frame foundations. And choose where does our beautiful, lovely drone port live. Oh, looks about right. I'll hook you up there for now, so you can do Rian, Sam, Rian mated Sam, export, no, Rian, Sam, export, and here, I have a couple of batteries, why not, go for it. Dang, too long and too steep. So we can do that. So that I can try to figure out how do I get that to be straight. And kind of supported here. Can't really. Feel like these go down by like 1 meter. Okay, I feel like we can then get this to... Yep, excellent. Why not use conveyor lift? Because I wanted the angles to be sort of floaty here. Just that, you know, silly old artistic choice kind of thing. Nope. You know what? It's gonna be good enough. None of it matters. Yeah, 1.2 thousand units of strange alien matter coming out. Which is then equally spread out across all of these. We reanimate it, and we'll send it here. This port? No. All ports. Wait, we find... There we go. Radiant Fields, Rihanna Sam, distance. Destination is this port. Yeah, this port has no destination. But buggers are coming this way. 300 a minute. Maximum transfer rate 3.97 stacks a minute. That should be more than enough. Oh, there it is. Oh, it came in low and then it clipped through into here. Fair enough. Another thing is that when they do need the reanimated Sam, then they usually really hacking need it. But now that I built it this way around, we can't really fit a storage unit here in a neat way. Check out the walls, and we'll do some silly things with full frame windows. Combined with okay, I'm okay with that. Alright, coming in. Good. So that means all of that is hacking settled. Hmm? That's why things weren't flowing the way as well as they should have. It's not got maximum production. Hey, okay. Question is, how do we... how to make all of these meet. I think we're gonna do an angled wall. Tilted wall. Right. And then we try here a nice little ramp wall. Under architecture, we find our 4-meter roof tiles. Sure, it's open all the way. Let's try it again then. They're based on the wrong tile. Well, fine. There we go. And then on this side, we'll use a beam instead. It is, of course, yes, the cross is the beam, the cross beams. There we go. Try it then here. And under architecture, we find our roofs, and we try one more time. Check out the materials, and I think, yeah, we do glass roofs on the tilts. And tar on the flats. Oh, heck, and yeah, friendos. There we go. Yeah, it ain't perfect, but gets the job done. find the inverted ramps. There we go. Oh, that actually looks pretty okay. I'm quite okay with this. Neat. Get rid of those. Have a little sippy. Bring the crossbeam across. There. Ah, right. And number 8, we find that. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. So then we have these here sort of leaning support beams. Going this way, going that way, and wait. Yeah. So we get all those inverted in the corners. Now we'll put the floor back before OSHA finds out. Can't quite get that to work. Give us a quick sec. There we go. And so these going into the vault here looks sort of acceptable. There we go. Nice little sort of sports structure going on here. Okay, so now we have a SAM exporter that is very aggressive. Excellent. Dang. No. So now there is a theoretical truck station as well. We probably then add one of these to bring in like batteries and stuff. There we go. Nice little false concrete support as well. Heckin' excellent. So now the SAM's fixed. Ficsonium is fixing. They're all active. And my power capacity is at 78,000. No, around between 70 and 80k is my guess. Yeah. The power boost could be stronger. Maximum consumption is 50, so we can't even hit our maximum yet. But we will. Feels wild, but we will definitely be like, you know, stripped. Change back to absolute fixes for now. Gotta get those loops back. Yeah. Alright, Sam's full of salmon. These guys are full of them Ficsoniums. There's enough plutonium waste that honestly I don't think I need to worry about them too much. Burning fuel, 6,250 megawatts. Okay. So, our nuclear capabilities are radiant. Hecking great is what they are. Very tragic. Very tragic indeed. Can't be fixed. Yeah, they roasted sideways, not height ways. Fair enough, fair enough. There you go. A little bit of catwalking. All of this could do with a lot more decorating, but I don't know if I have it in me right now. Haven't already been done now for almost 8 hours. Almost 8 hours already. Excellent. And the power's good. And the Ficsonium is fixing. Heck. Now, some tube away and go check out on the other nuclear quantum area. We need to start making the bits we need for, well, frankly, all kinds of stuff. So I think we're gonna have to do the. It's not gonna like manually feed into our current little pasta machine because you know it just runs while I do all the other things. But the diamond area factory, we can most definitely potentially throw in a couple of sloops, or just in general, because you know it's overproducing. So we can have a part of it make those diamonds, and using those make the synthetic power shards. Yeah, because this guy's fun and all, but yeah, they're idling because they're getting enough dark matter. So we could bring in an actual drone, and that'll fix that issue. Then we could extend here to the side a little bit. Because if we look at the time crystal, it is for the synthetic power shard, we need just the dark matter. Well, making that here. These we can make here. Quartz crystal, we are importing it. And these is easy peasy. One converter makes 6. So why do 6 and 10 meet? Well, it's 60, nothing else. And 30 is 5. So 5 of those, turning 60 diamonds into 30 time crystals. And 30 time crystals goes into 3 quantum encoders, which is actually quite a lot. But ooh, that would actually create a whole bunch of dark matter, which would help with the dark matter crystal production. Now, if we do that, let's look at it again. It is 60, makes 30, makes 3, consumes 30, makes 180 extra of that. We need like 750, so fair enough. Let's get those sorted then. Shouldn't take too long, I believe, so we do this. Hmm. Sorry. And you make the time crystal. 3, 4, and 5. There we go. So these are going through. So yes, 5 of these, which is $60. It's really just 60. And we produce 30. Well, that's okay. That is not a lot. The mergers come in here. We go through at least one sort of shaky thing. There we go. Time crystals being made. Output goes this way. I was thinking we'd do one of these. And then we needed how many of the other ones? So for the synthetic power shard, making 30, so 3 machines. It's 180 quartz, should be easy enough. And 180 excited photonic matter. There we go. There you go. There we go. So then I got time crystals and also the whole uploader thing making sorted. So your output and a part of your output will thus be sent over to 3 quantum encoders. Take a heck ton of space. I guess they'll be facing that way. See here, 1, 2. There we go. And after this, we find the merger, and from here, the splitter. So the splitter then will take... See if we can do all 3. So that's the time crystals. We can maybe even try to bring the quartz in from beneath. There you go. Nice. We'll bring the quartz in from here, like this stuff. So let's see. I did kind of forget that we have the ceiling attachments as well. But, oh well. That's what the entire space is there for. Hiding the spaghetti. There we go. Sucking all them time crystals and all the other things. No, they can't actually get to there because of the... That's my guess. Alright. Think like, well, we might as well then send a truck or two from here to, you know, go then pick some stuff up. But for now,
Sun off 10, BOGO, sun off 10 TP.
and for two, well, first we need to try to get these silly bananas fixed. You see, we connect the pipe there. God dang it.
Drink, drink, drink.
Well, thank you, Anthak, for that. Huh?
Shrimping streamer.
Oh. Thank you. Heckin' wonderful. Okay, so now we get to do connect these. Full-time work down him. Do some self-care. Very true. I should and I shall. Once the like just yeah. Also like in the real world, then I just want once the job's done. Once the job's done. We're getting there. See, they got the diamonds. None of the dark matter crystals apparently, because we're just not getting enough. We're not getting any same. Alright then. Come on, you bastard. Don't fight me now. We're almost there, chat. Almost there. So you go, one of the main things done, which is big victory, but now I went and just started on another thing. Way too... Oh, no! Heckin' space bears. They're always out to get you. There we go. And this is... Real-time import. Then this port connects to... Real-time export. Oh, Fiego then. There we go. I'm like, yes, these guys running, getting those running. So that is about to fix itself. Then we still need the crystals from here to be brought over, and we'll do that. Come on, almost there. Almost second there. See the conveyor floor holes that will, they of course be then connected to the base holes. That's one. Well, the idea was sound, but in practice, not gonna work. Come on. There we go. Nice and awkward like. Just the way we like it. That just fits. Oh, nice like. Almost there, champ. Gosh darn, almost taken there. Think of these crystals. There, now you get some of those. Now you just need the excited photonic matter at 180. So get a pipe that in. Gosh darn, come on. And we do that with a stackable pipeline going right across here. think second might work. Sec. No, that won't work. Ah, bucks. Buck nuggets. No, heck, now I'm like just getting tired, so I'm gonna make some bad choices. There we go. But where do we get the... Oh, well, we'll just build one of those here. Smack dab in the middle where it's just nice and awfully awkward. Or not. You know what, heck it. We're going to make this thing pretty next time. Right now I just want it to kind of work. That's it. I'm going to 180 of this thing. See, 200 more than we need. Literally excessive. There we go. And that'll help these. Finally, we're making some heckin' power shards. Which of course means we've gotta put up the most awesome sink. The freaking smartest of the splitters. $70 of bread and wine. Hey, I hope you have a wonderful time with that one. A couple of snacks. There. Synthetic power shards are go. Excellent. So, secondary project is kind of technically works, needs a lot of fixing. Still, kind of technically works. So now these should be getting all the dark matter residue they could ever need. More machines running. These are producing large amounts of this stuff. And the drones are being more SAM than these guys could ever use. Meaning we can remove those. And it should still work. But hey, we got this machine done today. We got nuclear power all sorted out. So I'd say pretty okay. And let us celebrate in the only way we know how, using the power of the fixed day. Many projects, most of them running. This thing is, I mean, it still works. It just ugly spaghetti. This actually is not even like hand fed. So I call that a victory. Ooh. So I guess next time we'll have to work on the actual, sensible parts. I mean, technically, what the entire thing I built eats out the output of one single one of these, and 60. A tiny amount of those. Nothing we can't fix by throwing in a few more shards. And maybe a sloop or two. And then this would also be a nice fixed closed loop with the imports nicely sorted out. You see, the quartz by a truck is absolutely fine because the distance is so slow. The SAM was not really working out, so if anything, we should probably stop that truck from causing trouble. Because the drone has fixed that, car is teleported. We should not question it too much. Of course, powers are unholy, and we are afraid. But it's time for me to see who's out and who's about. Save the game, go walk them doggos. It's been 8 hours, which means the save should now have gone past 200 hours. Yes, 200 hours and 29 minutes and 38 seconds. Not bad for this run. Yeah, next time we'll be then looking into the actual, project parts, and most likely a teleporter or two, just because, they seem neat. Well, that will be then, my friends, that will be then, because now it is time for me to exit from the game to the desk of the tops and change the scene to the end of streams. And find the song, the song. It is the song of drink and industry. And so we shall have a look-see, have a little poop-see, and to see who is out and who's about. And where, my friends, where shall we raid? Hey, thank you for hanging out, Kim Sokol. Always nice to hear from you friendos. So also we'll check the good old anyone I know playing in the same category. I think everyone else has finished their runs now. We gotta still push for those final project parts and then see how much we can ramp it up so that just can we make more points like coupons, the golden nut, or will I have to go and claim that golden nut off stream? Could be. But I think we got a couple of streams left of the Satisfactory. And let's see, what are people doing? What are people playing? What are they doing? And I think... Right. I didn't see him here on the list. No. So I'm gonna be all boring and predictable and send you to another most wonderful, exquisitely delightful streamer, a fan and a connoisseur of the survival crafter and their own little bit of automation every now and then, and it is of course Percuss, who is usually playing a heck of a lot of Vintage Story, but is still in the midst of his learning to play Valheim again. Doing it with his own most delightful community on the community server. Now, Valheim, of course, is the epitome of one of the absolute favorite survival crafters that I know. The building system is amazing. You use building blocks component pieces, having to deal with gravity, different materials, work in different ways. It is a delight. And Percuss himself, a most wonderful streamer. So I'm sure I'll have a good time with him. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a most delightful and wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. No, same time, same content. That factory's got to grow. Got to get our satisfaction. So, until next time, my friends, I hope you all have a wonderful time. So again, thank you again for Cobble, Snack, Gim, Stockholm, Gim Potato, and thank everyone else on the Twitch side. I know Pillover, No Hypocrisy, and Joshua, and everyone on the YouTube side as well. You be your chatters or lurkers. It's all good. I appreciate every single one of you. But I really gotta go. So, I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Until next time, ta-ta!